afternoon, everybody. I hope all of you guys are doing well. Before we begin, I'd like a confirmation onto the audibility and the visibility. So if you could please write in the chat box as to whether I am perfectly audible and that I'm visible as well without any sort of lag, we will wait no further and begin. But like I said, first things first, I need a heads up. Could you please write in the chat box as to my audibility and visibility, and if that's an uptick, we will wait no further. I will just wait to be hearing from you guys. So I'd like a heads up, like I said, in the chat box, please. No lag? Okay, all right. So thank you so much, Arnav. Oh, good to see you back again. I remember you from the previous, IMB classes that we did have. Okay, now that all things are taken care of, let us begin. Before I do begin, let me gear you and let me tell you a brief of what the next 5 hours are going to look like. So you're going to be having 2 faculties who are going to keep you occupied for the next 2.5 hours. Now, of course, it doesn't have to be per se 2.5 hours, but we, of course, with the kind of questions that we have and the kind of discussion that we're going to engage in, it will take about that time. We will then have a break time of about 10 to 15 minutes, wherein you can go quickly have some debates or maybe have some munchies at arm's length, so that wherever and whenever you feel drowsy or hungry, or you feel that, okay, you need some sort of distraction, you have it right away and that you can be eating. We will then begin with the second leg of the revision, the rapid revision that we're doing today, wherein you're then going to be introduced with another faculty, and there is where the questions are going to further stream upon. The questions and the type that we have is going to be a medley today. So we're going to have a potpourri of questions which are going to be around grammar, reading comprehension. We're going to have vocabulary, which is going to be pretty evident, knowing that the kind of paper that you're preparing for tends to ask in abundance. And then, of course, we have the Parajumbles. This is going to be one of the very good, revisions for you again to be able to analyze where exactly are you and which stage of preparation are you in, and how much more should you be pushing further. If there are any doubts that you have related to the preparation, related to not just this examination, anything else, or doubts in respect to English as a section and how should you be boosting the scores in the section, please make good use of this time and keep writing in the chat box. The more you write in the chat box, the more we'll be able to communicate. Also, I'd really like to request all of you to please restrict the communication to academic only. I know you can be very excited to be talking to one another because, of course, you get people, you want to know where their preparation is, all of the curiosity, all of the intrigue that you have, it just piles up and that you cannot control yourself. But we will, of course, once we finish with whatever it is that we have, we will then engage in all of the other chit-chatting that we have. But let's not disrupt the flow, the very ritualistic flow that we create, which is going to be around questions. Since you guys have met previously, since all of us have met previously, you of course know how the conduct of the class today is going to be. So we are going to start onto the questions. I will wait for you guys to punch in the answer in the chat box. Once I have a punch in from the chat box, we will then begin with the discussion. Upon discussion, we'll also analyze why the other options don't stand a chance. If there is any, dubbishness, or if there's any non-clarity as to why this answer and why not, ping it right away. Do not sit on that doubt because that does good to nobody. So please make sure that by the end of the 2.5 hour session that we have, you are in absolute clarity of the 50 questions that we have and that you feel confident of what you've answered and why you've answered. Of course, unlearning and relearning the newer concepts that we tend to be discussing. If throughout the conduction there be any sort of lag, make sure that you write to me in the chat box. So the more you communicate, the better I'd be able to help myself or you guys, or in another world, be able to troubleshoot the problems that we are likely to have. And I think with that, let us begin. So beginning on to the 50 questions that I have for today. I hope you guys are geared up. I hope you guys have had a good hearty breakfast and you're going to keep lunch at bay so that there is no slumber that's coming along while you're solving the questions. And I think with that, let us all begin. the one short marathon that we have for today. On to the very first question, everybody. I hope there is no blurriness. If that is the case, also please do let me know and I will have that checked for. The very first question, everybody, please start. The chat box is your friend. Hi, Aditya. Hi, everybody. Now, let's be busy on the chat box and only look up to be able to view the questions and then back to the chat box again. All the very best, everybody. Pull up your socks, brace yourself, and let us begin with the amazing marathon session that we have planned for you. On to the very first question, everybody. Please go. Okay, so we have question one coming in as okay, that's been retracted. So there's A. What else do we have, guys? Okay, there's C coming in. Now let's see what do we have for the first one. Improve the bracketed part of the sentence. So this is the part that we were supposed to be improving. Now let's see. There was any difficulty in understanding the introduction as well as the instructions for the completion of the questionnaire? So the kind of idea that we want to talk about is not that there was any difficulty. In fact, I wanted to talk about the fact that everything was crystal clear. Hence, there was no difficulty. Now we'll simply see which of the following is going to go along with that. Now, no difficult is wrong because what I want has to be a difficulty. So clearly this can't be an answer. There was not difficulty. Now with grammar, if nothing plays alongside, always remember whatever sounds good to the ear is good English. Now this could be a hearsay, but this entire phrase or this entire, reliance on this adage has actually taken stem from the grammatical rectifications themselves. The reason why we confirm as to whatever sounds good to the ear is good English is because there has been ways in which we've been reading the statements all along. Now, we might not know what the grammatical nuance in that is going to be, but we will always know what the sound of that statement is because grammar has trained us all through our life. So while it might, like I said, it might sound very casual, but it's not really that casual. There is a lot of training that we have had with grammar that has enabled us to believe in that instinctive adage and that be whatever sounds good to the ear is good English. So if I put the statement here, there was not difficulty, of course, that sounds abrupt and anything that doesn't synchronize and doesn't have a rhythmic version to itself is not going to be the answer. Anyways, I don't want a not. There was no difficulty in understanding. No improvement will not be my answer either, which means very well the correct answer is going to be option C. Let's get on to the next one, please. Okay, all right, let's see. Elena spent a lot of time in the market but ended up buying only. So the moment I have the determiner only, which means it has to be scant in number. Now let's see. A denim is the part which we need to be rectifying. Now, we have read this extensively while doing subject-verb agreement, and that is when you have nouns which require two to make one, we must always be adding a collective or we must always be adding a phrase which is going to help us understand the singularity of that thing. So for examples, nouns that are predominantly in two but make up for one. So words like pants, earrings, earphones, spectacles, denims, shoes, socks, gloves, etc. They're never to be written randomly. Why? Because it takes two to make one, which is why the rule says that you're supposed to simply add a collective before it to be able to denote the unit that it has. The unit being one thing which has two extensions to itself, which is why it is always called a pair of scissors. It's just not called scissors, which is why if I use the same adaptation here, I know that for a fact the statement will have to be one, because Elena spent a lot of time in the market but ended up buying only a pair of denims. Now, denims will be plural because there are two. You always say socks, you never say sock. Likewise, one denims is going to be wrong. There is no subject verb agreement here. No improvement will not be an answer because I want an improvement. Few denims cannot be because only has been written here. Now, when I say only, which means I will not be able to add a few because they're going to be mutually contradictory. While only is explicit, talks about one, few, of course, becomes a determiner of plurality. So this is not going to be my answer either, which means the correct answer is going to be option A. Let's try the next one. देव सेशन तो बहुत लंबा है, आज 5 बजे तक रहेगा. But I will only be with you guys until 2:30. We will then have a short break, and then there's going to be another faculty who's going to be coming in and taking the session from there. So I hope you're pretty geared up and that you are charged for the next 5 hours and you have no prior commitment, because it's going to be a very engaging session and I would really want you to, have all of your concentration here. So the best thing is just put your phone on silent and tell all of the, commitments and promises that you've made ki मैं तो नहीं available हूँ, बस 5 बजे के बाद मिलेंगे. Right? Let's get on to the third one, please. Okay, all right, let's see. Now, in the following question, out of this is supposed to be 4 alternatives. Select the alternative which is the best substitute of the phrase. So we have a phrase, you have to see which of the following means the same. Written law of a legislative body. A written law is always called a statute. So A is what is going to be the answer. Now let's see what the other words mean. Stature means the kind of, the kind of respect or the kind of class or the kind of dignity one carries. That's the stature. Right? So it's, let's see, it's the class one has in the society. That is what becomes your stature. Static means anything that's not moving, anything which is immobile. And statue basically means it's a model of something that has been made up for, say, for example, on crossroads or in museums wherein, you have a depiction of something, but it is an inanimate model. That is what becomes of a statue, which is why we have the Statue of Liberty, we have the Statue of Unity, we have so many other statues that are being erected on the roads, and we understand it's an inanimate version, which is a non-living version of somebody who's been living. So none of these are going to be the answer. The correct answer becomes option A. Next question. Okay. Now we have the answers coming in for the next one. Let's go. A woman politician given an unimportant government position. So somebody who's just given a position for the namesake of it, but doesn't really have any importance, say, such a woman is called a wallflower. So it's typical, it's like a wallflower. So you're like a flower on the wall. So you're given, and it looks very decorative that you've been given some sort of rights, but in actuality, there are nothing. So that is what it is. Anile is used for an old dodgering woman, right? Which is why we say senile. So hence it becomes anile. Brunette are basically people who have, ladies who have brown hair. Blonde are the ones who have those creamish whitish hair, and brunette becomes the one who has brown hair. Suffragette basically means a woman who's been given the right to vote through protest. So you get the right to vote, but via protest. This is what becomes of a suffragette. Let's see what do we have in the next question. Let's go question number 5. Do we have the answer already? Okay. Now we have to find the one that has been incorrectly spelled. So there's one which is incorrect. 3 of these are going to be correct. Let's go. Detestable is correct in its spelling. Detestable means great dislike. Catastrophe clearly is wrong because catastrophe ends with an E. It does not end with a Y. Catastrophe means huge disasters. So this is likely to be our answer. Apathetic is correct again in spelling. Apathetic means somebody who has no feelings. It is the opposite of sympathetic. And clandestine, again, the correct spelling. The word clandestine means anything which has been done very secretively. Anything which is very secretively done, very furtive is another very excellent word for it. That is what becomes of the word clandestine. So the correct answer that we have is going to be option B. Next question, please. We'll wait for more answers to come in, please. Okay. All right. Let's see. Again, we have to find the one that is incorrectly spelled. Fallacious is correctly spelled. The word fallacious means something that's going to be, wrong, which is why we say fallacious arguments. Intractable clearly is wrong because there is no R that is required. It's just intractable. Something that becomes very hard to control. Contagion becomes the one unit which is going to pass on the viruses, the diseases, either directly or indirectly, which is why there was a very famous movie also that was made around contagion, and this movie made a lot of noise. So sometime when you're free you can always watch. So contagion was a movie that was actually a very apt and a very coincidentally true depiction of how the coronavirus happened. So the movie, in fact, that movie was made a couple of years back. In fact, a lot many years back, and that actually had the depiction of how there was a leak from a Chinese lab and all things that went to the pandemic. And cut to a couple of years back into 2020, when coronavirus actually hit in, is when a lot of noise around the movie came, because of course there were so many conspiracy theories coming up, and that it was something that was pre-planned is also one of the conspiracy theories. So that's where this movie came up, but a very nice movie. You can always watch it. Nefarious means wicked, somebody who is very evil, which is why we say that person has nefarious intentions or nefarious planning. On to the next one. We now have parajumbles. So I want you to read the sentences and decide whichever you think is going to be the correct course of it. Please start. Hi, Sangeet. Am I missing on any of the chats here? No. Okay. All right, Sangeet. So we are already on question number 7. I'd like you to just get up and come to pace with your other mates and get on to question number 7 and punch in the answers. Okay, we have the answers being punched in, but of course, I'd like the other ones also to punch in the answers. Okay, all right then, let's see. Now, first things first, we're going to be reading all of the sentences, find an opener for us, one mandatory pair, look in the options, and that is how we eliminate, and that's how we do the parajumbles in the most confident manner. So, let's see. This is despite the fact. Now, I clearly know I will not be beginning with a P because it starts with a demonstrative pronoun. Now, the rule of parajumble says that there will always have to be a noun followed by a pronoun. So, I cannot be starting with P. Unfortunately, there was no option with P, but I know for a fact that P is not happening unless something before P comes. So, this is despite the fact that there is a rampant migration of rural families to urban centers. Rampant means something which is happening a lot. Generally, the gains of being a unit of the urban population are less than the disadvantages and risks that are inbuilt in the urban life. Okay, talking about clearly the consequences. Rural population still dominates the urban population as far as the number is considered. India is a country of villages. Now, I know for a fact that of the lot, I will have to be beginning with an S because S looks like, a proper introductory theme to all things that are happening. Because the remaining statements are about the rural migration to the urban places and how the problems, the consequences are simply heightening up because of this migration that is happening. So, we are going to begin with S, which means one option stands eliminated. Now, of the lot, the moment I talk about India as a country of villages, we discussed the last time also, we have something which is called the rule of narration, the order of narration, which means whatever be the order that's been chosen by the author is what we are going to be picking up. So clearly, the moment I talk about is a country of villages, then the next idea should continue on villages or anything which is going to be surrounding a characteristic idea of villages because we've now introduced the idea of villages, which means by default, the next will have to be an R. Rural population, so from rural is how I justify villages. So rural population still dominates the urban population as far as the number is considered. Now that I know there is still domination, which means both of these stand eliminated, there's only one option, but we will always read. So a lot of times what happens is you might agree with the first two, but then the remaining two don't make sense. So make sure that you, out of habit, out of force of habit, you are always reading the entire series. Let's go to Q. Generally, the gains of being a unit of the urban population are less than the disadvantages and risks that are inbuilt. Okay, well, that makes sense. And ultimately, we have this is despite. So, this being the gains that are being talked about. So, ultimately, it's going to be P, which means the correct answer is going to be option C. Very well done, guys. This is what you had gotten. Let's go to the next one. Now, please make sure in the next one, it is a scrambled sentence, which means the first and the last have been given in their original position. You have to some way or the other accommodate the remaining four statements in such a series that when read, all the six statements together make a coherent paragraph. Let's go, guys. The next one. Still don't have an answer. Okay, there's B and then there's A coming in. Let's see. Now, your physical appearance, because there's A as well. So I'll just read A first and then move on to the next. So your physical appearance is important enough in your professional, in your, what do we have? In your professional to make significant changes and personal. No, that makes no sense. A is not an answer for me. Your physical appearance is important enough to make significant changes in your personal and professional life in various ways. Perfect. So the correct sentence is going to be option B, not A, guys. So I hope Archie and Dave, you understand why the answer can't be A here. because we know that professional and personal need to come together. So I know that an S and P have to be together. Now clearly in option number A there is an R inserted between S and P. So that's a diversion, that's a deviation from how the flow of the statement seems to be. So it is not going to be A. Is that clear with you guys? Let's try our hands on the next one, please. Now we have to be changing the statement from active to passive or passive to active depending on what you have in the original statement. Let's start. Okay, all right. Very well done, guys. That's I mean, that's a majority of C. In fact, everybody has a C. Now let's see. He saw him conducting the seminar on personality development. Now, I know that the moment we go on to passive, the subject comes first. And of course, now since it is he saw him conducting, which means the way we are going to turn it to passive will have to have a being conducted because all passives are past tense. So now let's see. He was seen by me. Now, this is not going to happen because me is wrong, of course. A can't be an answer. He was seen conducting. Now again, the seminar on personality development. Now it was not he was seen conducting, it was the author who had witnessed. So this is not going to be an answer. He saw the seminar on personality development being conducted by him. Yes, now that makes sense. He is definitely an answer, what we were also looking for. And he saw the seminar on personality development to be conducted. To be is infinitive. We don't want an infinitive, which is why there's only one possible answer that we have, which means the correct answer becomes option C. On to the next one, 10th. Direct and indirect. Very well done there. Now we're supposed to be changing from direct to indirect. Now I know when the statement says, please don't go away, she said. Now this is an imperative statement. Imperative statements that begin with a please will then be replaced with maybe a beg or anything which is going to be a request. Now let's see, A and B can't be an answer because of course there is no such request that is being put in. So she said to please her and not go away. That's not what it is. This changed the meaning as well. She told me not to go away. That's not going to be because I can't have a telling over here. Now, between the two, she begged me that I should not go away. Now, again, it's not going to be that I should because we're changing it to indirect, which is why I will need an object. So she begged me not to go away, which means D is what is going to be the correct answer. Very well done. In fact, everybody had a D. Very impressive, guys. Question number 11, please go. Okay, so we have a B coming in and then we have a C. Let's see now. The president stated that the opponent's campaign against the mass violated against international law. So whenever you have a statement that's broken up into multiple halves, go phase wise, right? So the first phase being the president stated that the seems okay, nothing is wrong with one, eliminate one. That the opponent's campaign against the mass violated, okay, everything seems to be fine here, so two can't be an answer. Violated against international law. Now violation is always against, so you never have to add a violation and then add an against. It's as good as saying I say revert back to my mail. Revert in itself means to go back. You don't have to say a revert back. So violation is always against something, which is why you violate. So you don't have to add the word against, it will simply be violate the international law, which means the correct answer is going to be option C. Priyanshu, I hope you understand why it can't be A. There's nothing wrong with A, and so does Ram understand. Let's get on to the next one, please. Question number 12. Okay, now this was a tricky one. Now, when I say that the US dollar was able to post a strong performance versus the euro and the New Zealand dollar. Now, why I say this is okay. Now, there's an incoming for B as an answer. I'd like to know what do you think is wrong with B? Could you please help me with what do you think the error seems to be in part B? So I think I will just wait for what exactly is wrong with part B, because the moment I go about by saying the US dollar was able to post a strong performance versus so the US did a good job versus the New Zealand dollar and the euro, both have a definite article the before it, because that is what we do with currencies. So that really doesn't, versus is okay, because it was, of course, it was the dollar versus the euro and the New Zealand dollar. So it's competitive, right? Because we're trying to be talking about the performance of the US dollar. So if I'm trying to be talking about the fact that it was able to post a strong performance, versus is okay, because of course you're going to have somebody to compete with. So what's wrong with that? It should be against, no, but versus is okay, because versus also gives out the idea of against. So if you've synonymously used another word, how does it matter? It's not wrong contextually. Now, going back to, I know that it's very hard for us to believe or to come around the idea that there could actually be no errors, but please be open to the fact that in today's times, no error and all of the following being wrong can also be answers. So, sorry to break the good streak there, but nobody got the answer correct. The answer over here is going to be D, which is no error. No, it's not like that. So again, nowhere does it say that versus always has to be between two. It's just that, by force of habit, we've been writing it in such a way that there are always two teams with the versus. But then you can have more competitors as well. It doesn't go to say any which ways. Then should come, I think. No. So, okay. You guys have just gotten, you sort of, conform too much to what you use. Although grammar is defined by usage, but there is nothing wrong the moment you add the word versus as well. So, okay, I think that clears everybody's doubt. Okay, you say there's a should that should come. The dollar was able to post a strong performance versus, no, there'll be no should. Where do you want to put the should? It's a concrete statement. We don't want to add a model of advice or suggestion, because then that's going to take away the confidence of the statement. Now, dollar simply performed in lieu of the other currencies. That is all what the statement is trying to say. So it's going to be no error, guys. Nothing is wrong with the statement. Let's get on to the next one. हाँ हाँ, कोई बात नहीं देव, आधे घंटे के पहले ही स्ट्रीक रिकवर हो जाएगा. Don't worry about that. Okay, sweet star, whoever you be, we'll restrict our discussion to academic. When we finish 50% of what we have, which is 25 questions, we'll take a 5 minutes break to just chit chat with one another. That's when you can ask how the preparation's coming along, but not otherwise. Okay? You're getting screwed up in VA and QA. So, Amarna, we'll talk about it. We'll figure out what your problem is. I'm sure there'll be a way. It's just that you might be getting too hyper because the marks are not increasing, and of course, with the exam coming up, so it's okay. Do not lose your calm. We'll talk about that. Let's first solve until 25 and then take a moment to rest, chit chat, again realign and begin with the next leg of the revision that we have. Now, it dashed a lot yesterday night. So the correct answer over here is going to be C and not D. So it rained a lot yesterday night. Now, see, it has to be that of the past. So it has been raining is not going to be, because then it has to be a continuing action. This can't be. It did rain is not going to be the answer, because I want a past tense, because we're talking about yesterday night. Now, between rained and had rained, the reason why we will not put a past perfect, that is a had, is because past perfects are generally put when you have two actions of the past in which one of it has been completed and the next has also started. So perfect as of a word in itself means that that action has been perfectly completed. But that's not what is happening over here. We don't have two actions. If it doesn't have two actions, it cannot have a had. So the correct answer will just be it rained a lot yesterday night. On to the next one. Getting only 17, 18 marks. We'll see, Priyanshu, what needs to be done about that. Okay, guys, we need to get back. No polluting the chat box with outside chat. We will only restrict it to the options, because then it becomes very difficult for me again to focus and see what the answers are. With the way you answer, I am making an analysis of what and where are you going wrong and right. So if you start writing this, it just breaks my streak as well of what is it that I'm analyzing of each of you. Maybe towards the end of the session, if you ask me where I think your strengths are, I will be able to answer, but not with these chats. So let's get back and finish up until 45. I'll give you a 5 minutes break to chat with each other before we resume for what we have. The next question, guys, 14, please start. Okay, all right. So now we're supposed to see which of the following is going to be the appropriate preposition over here. People broke dash the house last night. Broke up. Now, breaking up is different. Houses or people can't break up in, I mean, last night in the house. That's more about, relationships. So that's not going to be the answer. People broke into the house. Yes, to break into the house basically means to forcefully let yourself enter, which is correct. For and through are not going to be the answer, because again, the rule of English will not allow us to put either of these. So very well done. The answer will be option B over here. Question number 15, sorry, let's start. Okay, let's see what do we have. We have to, out of the four alternative, we have to find the one that is most similar in its meaning. Now again, over here, the word bunkum means foolish or insincere talking. So something that's done very insincerely, which is why the correct answer for us is going to be A, which is balony. It means the same as bunkum. So next time, elevate, when you have to talk about somebody who's just gapping on with no content whatsoever, you can always say that it's bunkum talk or it's balony. Now let's look at the other words. Humdrum means something which is monotonous, something that keeps going on daily. It's very pedestrian. Invention, everybody knows. Lucre means some money that has been earned through dishonorable ways. It's read as lucre. It's not lucre, it's lucre. So lucre basically means money through dishonorable ways. So when you've committed maleficor, but maleficor is used specifically for officials, that is people who are office bearers. But of course, that's the kind of idea that we have. Dishonorable ways has to be what it is. Let's get to the next one. This is clearly 4. Okay, let's see. Now the word that we have is upsurge. Upsurge has the word in itself. It has a prefix called up, and then a surge. Surge is increase. So anything which has come back, anything which has reactivated itself, anything which has gained momentum is what will be upsurge. So the meaning, or we have to find the one that is similar to it. So the most similar to it is going to be renewal. Why? Because when something is renewed, it has again come back to action. Pretty similar in the terms of enactment. So the correct answer will become A. Now let's see what the other words are. Reluctance is your hesitance. So when you're hesitant, repletion means complete, which is why we say history is replete with ancient doctrines. So replete is something that's very filled with. And relocation, everybody knows you've changed your location and gone to some other place, which is what is meant by relocation. The next one, question number 17. Okay, I'll wait for people to punch in before we begin with the discussion. Right then, okay. Now, I do feel that what you did not do was read the instruction. Something that we often tend to, slip even while doing the exam, even during the examination. So, guys, please make it a habit that irrespective of whatever be the kind of question, you cannot predict that, once you start on a question stem, the next two questions are going to be the same. If you would have paid attention here, it says in the following question, out of the 4 alternatives, select the word that is opposite in meaning. And what you've given me clearly are synonyms. So that's not what the requirement of the question was. Now let's see. Severin. Severin comes from the word sever. Sever means to break. So the opposite of break will only be one, which will have to be option B, which is union. Shatter in some way or the other is synonymous to the word severance, because shatter means to, again, something that's broken in pieces. So a lot like severance. Tremble is to shake. Shake is not a meaning, so it can't be an antonym, and so can't meager. Meager means anything which is of a very small quantity. So what is not a meaning can never be an antonym. So both of these can't be the answers at all, which means the correct answer is going to be option B. I hope you understand the kind of goofing up that you did here. Always read the instructions, never take anything for granted. On to the next question, please go. Again, Okay. Now, in the following, out of the four alternatives, select the one that is opposite in meaning. The word is verbose. Verbose means when you're very lengthy, when you're very detailed, when you give a very long, a very long lecture on something, or whatever you've given is not a very succinct description. In fact, it's very elongated, lengthy is what is verbose. So now let's see the antonym, the opposite of it is clearly going to be brief, because brief means laconic. Another very beautiful word for it is laconic, which means to the point, succinct, precise, concise. Bogus means anything that is fraud, which is why we say this is a bogus plan. So something that's not going to work at all. Written is not going to be, because written again will become verbose. You have to find the opposite of it. Rubbish is not. Rubbish means anything which doesn't have any, credibility to it. So it's waste. That's not again going to be the answer, which means the correct answer is going to be option B. So just about three of you guys or four of you, oh no, okay. A couple of you guys got that wrong, but most of you did get that one right. Good job there. The next one. Right, then let's see what do we have. In the following question, out of the four alternatives, select the one that expresses the meaning of the idiom or the phrase. So the idiom that we have is piss poor. So piss poor means extremely poor, right? It's like you have no money whatsoever. That is how poor you are. So the only meaning that is going to be close to it is going to be substandard. Now again, substandard means something which is not genuine, but we'll take it contextually in the sense that when something is not genuine, it means the affordability is not something that you can do, right? Your pockets are not uh, capable to be able to go ahead with that. So which is why you get into something that is substandard. So which is why this can contextually be stitched together, and which is why the answer will become A. Now, by rule of elimination, we know that the other can't be an answer at all. Sterling means something which is exceptional. If I say that person has sterling qualities, which means, something that has been embellished, something that's been added 4 stars. So that's not going to be the answer. Congenial means somebody who is friendly, somebody who's liked by all because of the affability one has. Favorable again means something that's going to work for you, something that's going to be in favor, but the kind of idiom that we have is going to be about somebody who is extremely down the dumps, so poor, and which is why the only answer that we have is going to be option A. So sometimes you might not have like the exact meaning to it, so you will have to contextually come, and you'll have to see which of the following is going to be the closest. Why? Because at the end of the day, your answer will have to be of the four options only. You are not allowed to insert an option, and which is why it's very important that you agree. There could be an agreement to disagreement, but we agree to disagree. But out of the lot, that was the only one we could have. Of course, peripherally, superficially, but agreed with. Let's get on to the next one, the 20th. Dave, is that clear, or do you want me to take that up again? Okay, all right, let's see. It's brass monkeys outside. So when you say it's brass monkeys outside, it literally symbolizes the fact that it is so cold. So the only answer that we have is going to be frigid. The answer is going to be option D. Amicable means friendly, not an answer. Responsive is somebody who is very, quick on the toes to respond. Friendly again is the same as amicable, but that's not going to be the answer, which means the correct answer is going to be D. Okay, lovely. I think you've gone back. There's redemption from the lost streak, and everybody has gotten on to D. The next question, 21. Please read the instruction. You're supposed to be telling me which of the following is the meaning. Okay, we have the answers coming in, but I'd like more answers, please. Okay, all right then, let's see. Now, the word that we have is precinct. If you watched a lot of English movies specifically, and the ones that have any of the CIAs or any of the detectives, they will always be using the word precinct, because a police officer will always try to denote his boundary or his area by saying a precinct. So clearly the answer becomes boundary. Extraterrestrial comes from the word extra being a prefix. Terrace over here is the word which means ground, so coming from some other ground is extraterrestrial, aka aliens. Succinct means concise, to the point. We just used that word back when we were doing verbose. And rampageous means something which is being done very violently. So rampant is, something that's done with a lot of speed, generally taken in the negative sense. So rampageous also means the same, which is why the correct answer is going to be option D. On to the next one, question number 22. Okay, all right, now let's see. Out of the four alternatives, choose the one that best expresses the opposite. Again, there is no word which is a literal opposite of it, so I'm going to look for something which will contextually come close to the idea that we have. Now, the word is Eeyorish. Now, Eeyorish means to be very pessimistic, to be very gloomy, to be very lifeless, is what is Eeyorish. Now, the opposite of this should be something which is going to be exciting, something that's going to have some sort of life, some sort of positivity, some sort of color to itself. So of the lot, the answer that we have is going to be C, which is animated. The word anim is a root word which means mind, body, or soul. So the moment you add some sort of mind, body, or soul to a non-living thing, it's called animation, which is why when animation happens, all non-living things get life. So they become chirpy, they become lively, there's a positivity, there's optimism, all things alike. And that is what is going to be the answer. Now, like I said, we have contextually come to it. It's not literal. Strident will not be an answer, because strident means something which is very loud, something which is very coarse. That's not what the antonym is. Dissonant again means something which is not very, it's not very good to hear. It has the word son. Son is a root word which means to hear. Extravagant means big, something which is very luxurious. That's again not going to be the meaning. So the closest that we could come is option C. Arnav, well, That's a catch question, because while they give us a prescribed syllabus, they don't give us the number of questions. If you see the past papers, you can probably develop a trend, but how much can you rely on that trend, of course, is purely left to luck. So expect about 7, 8. That's not gone anywhere. But anything more or anything less can also be, in their question bank. So there is no sure shot, because all of these examinations, they are made to throw surprises. In fact, that's the very nerve of it. And it's to be preparing for these unpredictable elements. That is what, they test you for. So there can be no guarantee to it. Let's go next. Okay, let's go now. Which of the following gives the best meaning for the idiom or the phrase? Bamboo curtain. So to take on a task that is way too big, that's not what curtain is. It has the word curtain. So which means symbolically a curtain should be a sheer between two things, right? Either you're trying to hide something, either you're trying to veil something, either you're trying to protect something. That's when a curtain probably is going to be used, because it will be a very stark distinction. So we'll try and look around, an idea which is going to have that sort of a meaning. A political, military, or ideological barrier. Well, yes, that is exactly what a bamboo curtain is. A vast green forest in the middle, that's not what it is. Rigid and orthodox traditions will not have bamboo curtain. They're going to have something which is then going to be more sturdy, because bamboo is still, the see-through. So something which is going to be very rigid and orthodox will not have something as loose as a bamboo curtain. It will want to have something which is more firm on the grounding. So this is not going to be the answer at all, which means the correct answer is going to be option B. Now, sweets. How do I tackle the synonym and antonym questions where I have no clue? Yes. Now that's always up for grabs. Vocabulary is a gamble. This is for everybody. If I say that there is a short syllabus to vocabulary, no. We've all seen the size of the thesaurus. We've all seen how many words there are, and we've all seen how many words keep getting added to the dictionary on daily basis. So there is no list. And even if somebody ever supplies you a list saying that these are what it is, they are only going to be the high frequency words. What exactly are high frequency words? Words that are very frequently used in communication. How do we extract these words? From popular reading sources. So your newspapers, your editorials, some very highly acclaimed novels, and of course normal communication and the trending lingos. This is how a word picks up. So knowing the high frequency words is your duty. How are you going to do it? Please make sure that you're reading the editorial on daily basis, if nothing, because in the editorial you will get words. Now when you're picking onto the words, make sure that you are making two synonyms and you're writing down two antonyms of the word along with one sentence, so that you remember what the word and the meaning is. You don't have to mug it up, because mugging up will never take you further. It'll only be short-lived. It's going to be a very myopic activity that you do with the words. But as long as you keep interacting and you keep making sure you are using the words, it'll stay with you. So I'll tell you something that I do. When I have a word to myself, or if I find a new word on the daily basis and I want to inculcate it, I want it to register in my mind, I simply make it a point that I use it every day purposely. Whatever, I make conversations around the word so that it stays with me. And this is what you need to do. You need to make sure that you are in usage of that word. Now with this, you can probably get closer to, so there can be some proximity for you knowing the word or not, but guarantee never. And this is for everybody. So there will always come a time wherein, or there will always be these few questions which you will not be able to solve, because if the word is given in the sentence, we can still come around it. बट अगर से वर्ड और मीनिंग दे दिया तो कहाँ से ढूंढेंगे मीनिंग क्या होगा, वो तो पता ही नहीं चलेगा. सो वोकैबुलरी के साथ ये डेड एंड होते हैं, right? And which is why being an avid reader helps. So make sure that you jot down these words. Make sure that whatever you come on daily basis, you have a separate copy wherein you've jotted down the words. But that's it. And then keep revising those words and reading those words on daily basis. Anything more than that, it's purely luck. So don't worry. And अगर आपको नहीं आ रहा होगा तो ऐसे बहुत बच्चे होंगे जिनको नहीं आ रहा होगा. पूरा पेपर इस पे थोड़ी बनता है. कुछ वर्ड्स टैक्टिकल होते हैं, कुछ वर्ड्स टेक्निकल होते हैं, कुछ वर्ड्स करने के लिए होते हैं, कुछ वर्ड्स छोड़ने के लिए होते हैं. That's how a paper is made. So if you know that I've not been able to attempt on 3 questions which are vocabulary based, then what you want to do is make sure that the other questions that you do with guarantee, right? So vocab ठीक नहीं हो सकता, but बाकी चीजों में तो accuracy बढ़ सकती है ना. That is how you should always be able to make sure that your marks increase from one side, if not the other. Okay. Now, don't be grinding into Shashi Tharoor. I mean, if you start doing that, you will be prepared for some examination which is never going to happen on the face of this earth. So, of course, you're going to be very fancy and you're going to be this very elite person knowing all of those words that he uses, but they're not from an examination point of view. That's not. And I think it'll take you a lot of time to be able to understand the interviews because the words that he uses are every 2 steps. So, not a very redundant activity, not a very good activity. Exam के बाद कभी खाली होना तो बैठ के उसको देखना. चलो, get on to the next, please. The next question, 24, please start. Okay, all right. Let's see. For alternative, choose the one that best expresses the meaning. The word is hound. So hound basically is taken A in the noun form. It is used for a variety of a dog, right? Which is why we have greyhounds and we have Mudol hounds and so many. So it's used for a specific category of dogs. Second, as a verb, the word hound means to harass someone, right? So you're hounding on to that person. So like an aggressive dog, you're just annoying and harassing that person. That is what the word means. Now let's see. Critique. Critique means to criticize someone, or critique can also be the people, who are giving out their judgments, opinions for the film, for the movie, for the commentary, whatever it be. So of course, this is not going to be. Mitigate means to lessen. No. Beagle, yes, because it can of course mean the dog. Variable means next. That is again not going to be the answer, which means the correct answer is going to be option C. Sometimes simple things can actually be the answer. Let's get on to the next one, everybody. Please start. Okay, let's see what do we have. Choose the option that gives the meaning of the phrase or the idiom break the bank. Now, the phrase or the idiom break the bank has its adaptation from gambling. So, when you earn so much of money, literally, it's said that you have so much of money that you probably have more money than the bank. That's when you've broken the bank. That is, you've broken all limits of the kind of money that you've incurred. So, now to further a loss with mockery or indignity, no. To bear a severe loss, no. You're breaking the bank. That is, bank bhi tumhare aage kuch nahi. You've broken the norms of the bank also. So it's not about the loss, it's about the amount of money that you've just raked in. To be conspicuous about something, again, not win more money that is held in the bank. Yes, that is what the correct idiom is. So that is what is meant by breaking the bank. Let's get to the next. 26. Okay. Now that I promised that once we finish on question number 25, we'll take a 5-minute break. Do you all want that, or are you good to go? Can we carry on? How would you propose, guys? Should we carry on, or would you want a break time and do some chatting with yourselves or with me, whatever it is? However you all suggest. You all want a gig? Okay. You want a break for 5 minutes? Okay, we can do a break for 5 minutes. But do you all I mean, 5 minutes as in, are you guys going to go and come back? Or are you guys going to sit and chit chat? Let's do a tete-a-tete. We have 25 more questions to go, Harsh, with me. And then you have another faculty who's going to be coming in and who's going to drown you in 50 questions more. It's a 5-hour revision that we have. So I hope you're geared up and you've told for lunch and whatever it is that you wish to order. Because you're in for a long haul, but it's going to be a very productive 5 hours. So my advice to you is do not go anywhere. अब तो आपकी मर्जी है जैसा बोलेंगी कर ऐसा नहीं है देव. I'm just being generous. आपका जो मर्जी हो वैसे करो. You're on the other side of the screen. Break till 1:15. Okay, let's do that. So we'll just do a break for 5 minutes. It's 1:10. Exactly at 1:15 we come back. And we're going to begin on to the questions. So do not, I mean, you can always leave your computer screens, but do not shut it down or do not do anything. Be back. We're just taking 5 minutes of break and then we're back. So I will just write it in the chat box, anybody who comes in and figures out. Five minutes break, everybody. We're going to be back and begin at 13:15 hours. Go back, sprint, come back. And I'm also going to come back in 5 minutes then. All right. Okay. So let's just see a couple of questions that we have. Now, please make a strategy video on how to attempt IMB exam. All right, Aditya noted. So we will see what we can do around it. Maybe make a strategy video. And I'm struggling with summary of paragraph type question in which I get confused between the two options. How do I do with the elimination? Okay. Now, what you have to always remember is while doing summaries, there are a few pointers that you have to keep in mind while reading the summary. So they have to be the kind of points which are actually deal breakers, right? The kind of thing that shouts out loud from the passage. And then while looking at the options, when you know that these are the three or the two prerequisites that I need, you're simply to see which of the following option caters to it. Even if there be one option which is correct, but it is only taking trivial or incidental piece of information, but not everything that you selected for the passage, it's not likely to be an answer. So it's your list of ingredients that will always tell you which of the following is a correct answer. Now, how do I find a way around this? Because okay, so I think that that helps your doubt altogether. And with that, let us begin, everybody. Question number 27. Out of the 26, sorry. Out of the four alternatives, choose the one which can be substituted for the given word. So, a government by the military class. I hope you're all back. Punch in the answers, please, everyone. Okay, all right, very well. Yes, it's going to be stratocracy. Strato is a root word which means military. Okay, pantisocracy comes from the word pan. Pan is a root word which means all. So when there is a rule done by equality of people or it is done by everybody, that is what becomes pantisocracy. Which is why किसी में भी pan लग जाएगा तो समझ जाना वो सबके लिए. इसीलिए हम frying pan बोलते हैं. उसमें सब हो जाता है. Pandemic, right? So hence the words. Ochlocracy, oclo means people. So that becomes for the people. And cratocracy means people who seize power, who have a lot of control. So very powerful people becomes crato. So ruled by the very powerful people is what becomes of cratocracy. Let's see the next 27. Everybody, please start. Whenever you're ready for the next one. Okay. Now, out of the four, choose the one that is substituted for the one. That which lasts for a short time. Something that's going to only last for a short time is going to be transitory. Comes from the transition, that is from one thing to the other. So the word becomes transitory. Perpetual means something that's going to go on and on. Perennial, again, perennial is used for rivers that don't dry up. So something that's going to be all year round. Immortal means somebody is not going to die. So while all of this will never stop, it will keep going all throughout the time. Transitory becomes something which is going to stop, which is going to be ephemeral. Let's see the next. Right, then let's see, choose the word that is opposite in meaning to the word plummet. So plummet means something that's going to fall, right? Something that goes down. So which means the correct answer will become B, which is going to be to rise. Cut short is not plummet, that is too concise. Fall is going to be the synonym. Deny is not a meaning, it can't even be an antonym. So our answer becomes option B. 29, everybody. Okay, let's see what do we have over here. Read the sentence to find out whether there is an error. The error, if any, will be in one of the parts. If there's no error, we simply mark part 4, which is no error. Now, according to all the accounts, which again we'll go phase wise. So we'll see which one has an error. If the other ones don't have, we'll simply eject that. Now, according to all the accounts which, this is correct, nothing is wrong. All the accounts which have reached us, it has been confirmed that nothing seems to be wrong here also. So none of these are wrong. It has been confirmed that she has acted nobler than all of us. Now I know that there is a red flag. Red flag being here. Now, if I have the word acted and it is a verb, then what needs to follow the verb will have to be an adverb, and not an adjective. Nobler, so noble, nobler, noblest. These are going to be comparative degrees of adjectives. We don't want an adjective over here because right next to the verb, we want a word which is going to accentuate the degree of the verb. Anything that's going to help us understand the degree of the verb is always an adverb. It is not an adjective. So this will simply have to be she acted more nobly than all of us. So very well done. Yes, the correct answer is going to be option C. I hope everybody gets that. And with that, let's move on to the next one. Okay, let's see. The correct meaning of the idiom, a fly in the ointment. There's an ointment and now you have a fly. So just try and understand symbolically, अगर fly, मक्खी, मच्छर कुछ भी आ जाए तो क्या होता है? We sort of, we completely yuck out. So we don't like it anymore, and then it just interrupts whatever be the kind of merriment that we were having. All things are very nice, उसमें एक मच्छर आ गया. That's how it is. So let's see. Out of one's hand, no. Under the influence of alcohol, of course, no. It's not that the fly was drunk and it fell in the ointment. Something that lessens the enjoyment, yes. It's a fly in the ointment, right? मक्खी मच्छर कभी भी आता है तो उससे पूरा मूड ही खराब होता है. So very well, yes. Lead a wild life. I mean, a fly is not a wild animal. So clearly not an answer, which means the correct answer over here is going to be option C. So there's only a couple of you guys who got that. The other ones had other options. I hope you now understand. Let's get on to the next. Okay, now this one was a trick one, so I hope you did use your mind to be able to know what the answer is now. We have to find if there's an improvement. If not, no improvement. Now, demonetization has hit the black money holders hard who had no choice but to give up. Now, I know for a fact that the statement will, of course, have to be in its past because the remaining, now this parallelism. Parallelism says that if the remaining part was in the past, then of course the former part will also have to be in the past, which means have hit is not going to be the answer. And nor do I want has hit because has hit will make it present perfect. Again, that's not going to be the problem. That is not going to be the statement, which means A and D can't be an answer for us. Right now, between hit and had hit, now I know I will only use a past perfect when there is another preceding action to it. Right? And then this will have to be the first action which will have to be completed. Since there is no preceding action, so we cannot use a past perfect either, which means this stands eliminated. The correct answer becomes option B. So demonetization hit the black money holders hard. Simple past. Who had no choice but to give up. I hope everybody understands. Here we did use, I mean, all of the other options are also very close, but the answer is going to be option B. It is B. It is B. Okay, no, 1 second. Yeah, it is B. So, Marma, you're right at that. Let's get on to the next one. Question number 32. Okay, all right, very good job. I have an incoming of C. Now, in order to explore the space and the sun, an important aspect is understood how. Now, clearly, this is wrong. So that means this can't be an answer. Now, an important aspect dash how emanated gases behave when they are close. So I know that the tense of my statement is present. So if it is present, then of course I'm not going to be using A either. Now let's go again and see. An important aspect understands how. No. If it is an important aspect, it's going to be something which one has to always keep doing. If something is going to keep going on forever, we have to use an infinitive form. If the infinitive form is to be used, the correct answer will be is to understand, because it's an ongoing thing. It's not a one-time thing that's going to happen. Very good. I think everybody got that answer right. The next question. Ready whenever you guys are with the answer. Okay, there's an incoming of A. Okay, let's read now. We need to shift the dash if we are to get rid of the oppression against women in the Indian society. That means oppression means to be very unruly towards them, unko daba ke rakhna, right? So we of course have to shift something, right? Now let's see. Egalitarian means a society which is utopian, where everything is perfect, everybody is treated equally. If that is what it is, then why is there oppression? So clearly A can't be. Paradigm means a pattern. generally used for people who have a set of ideals, principles, tenets, customs, traditions. For understanding that it's been like that forever is what paradigm is. So when I say we need to shift the paradigm, it makes sense because we need to shift the mentality of the people. Makes sense. Thinking we cannot put because thinking is too loose. I mean, thinking we don't know what the thought process still is. And it could also be that the thought process is because of the cultural push that's coming, the ideological difference that they have. So of course this is not going to be, we need to shift the center now. Of course it's not about the center, it's about the mentality. That's the kind of word that we want. So the correct answer over here is going to be option B. That is what is going to be contextually the best fit here. Let's get on to the next one. Okay, let's see. First things first, we'll read all of the statements to be able to know which of the following is going to be an obvious opener and find a mandatory pair for ourselves. Now, when the history, just push it a little up. Okay. Now, when the history of mobile phones in the UK is written, 2002 will be remembered as the year when something did not happen. Okay. This was supposed to be the year. So we have a year and then we have a year. So of course we know for a fact that we will have to have the P come first after Q because it has a mention. So wherever there not be a P before Q will not be an answer, which means one option stands eliminated. That third generation mobile phone services were due to start. By now, many of us were supposed to have signed up for these futuristic services that turn your handset into something that does much more than let you talk while you walk. Now, instead, 2002 has been a year that had more disappointments than delights for the phone makers and the operators. So, of course, we understand that S seems to be like a conclusion because while whatever you projected, whatever you hypothesize, आपने सोचा कि ये चीज ऐसे होगी, of course जो S है वो बता रहा है कि ultimately कैसे हुई. तो I want an S maybe towards the end, and I know that I want a P followed by a Q. What will be the series? I still don't know. So of the lot, when I have to start, मेरे को पता है history हमेशा सबसे पहले आती है. In fact तीन ही option है, तीनों में P है, तो by default start तो P से ही होगा. अब करते हैं. When the history of mobile phones in the UK were written, 2002 will remembered as the year something did not happen. Now let's see. This was supposed to be the year that the third generation mobile. So this tells us what was supposed to happen. So clearly P के बाद R आएगा. By now many of us were supposed to have signed up. So it was due to start, and start होने के बाद ही तो sign up होगा. Which means of course next होगा R. S हमने already समझ लिया था पढ़ते time that it has to be a conclusion. Which means the correct answer will become option A. Okay, very few had A. I hope you understand why it is A. Let's move on to the next. An incorrect spelling, guys. Okay, this one was very easy. Right, this one, of course, was very easy. The incorrect spelling here is dictionary. It's not dictionary. It's supposed to be dictionary. It's a compilation of words and meanings. Irrelevant means something that's not relevant. Perishable means जो चीज बहुत खराब हो जाए, जिसकी shelf life थोड़ी हो. Tangible means things that can be touched, seen, or felt. So our answer over here is going to be option A. Let's get on to the next one. Wrongly spelled word again. Do we have the meaning already? No, not yet. I mean the spelling. Okay, all right. Let's see. Caliber is correct. Caliber means your potential to be able to do something. The spelling is right. Proscribe is also right. Proscribe means to forbid by doing something. So while you prescribe, prescribe is आप पहले से scribe is a root word which means to write. Pre मतलब पहले. तो पहले से आप लिख देते हो क्या करना है. इसीलिए डॉक्टर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखता है, जिसमें आपको पता रहे आपको पहले से क्या करना है. So जब प्रिस्क्राइब का मतलब होता है करो, प्रोस्क्राइब उसका ऑपोजिट हो जाता है, जिसका मतलब है मत करो. So this is correct. Flamboyant is correct. Flamboyant means somebody who has a very lavish, a very stylish way. You know, somebody who lives in exuberance, somebody who is dipped in high level hedonist confidence. That is what is flamboyance. Prescribe is, of course, what the wrong spelling is, because it is supposed to be pre and it is not supposed to be prescribe. So the correct answer becomes option D over here. All right, let's get on to the next one, 37. Okay, let's see. There aren't dash people in the market during the night. So I want there aren't. Lot of is not going to be used because lot of will require a indefinite article a before it. So of course A can't be. You don't say there aren't lot of people. There aren't a lot of people. So A can't be. Now much and much will not be used because much is used for uncountable things. If people is countable, so of course this is not going to be the answer. There aren't few people in the market. Now that's not how you say. You don't say there are not few people. Few in any which ways is less. So that's not what we want over here. So there are many people. The correct answer is going to be D. So there aren't many people. आज market में बहुत सारे लोग नहीं है. That's how the idea seems to be. Okay, let's see 38. Okay, let's see now. Find the appropriate word in the blank. I can't even begin to dash how difficult it must be to lose one's parents. So it's the kind of idea wherein I can't even begin to think. I can't even begin to muster the courage to go to think. So I can't even conjure the idea. So the kind of word that we want over here is going to be envisage. Envisage is also to be able to think. So the correct answer over here is going to be option D. I can't even begin to feel how difficult. That's not what it is, because यहाँ मैं बोलने की कोशिश करूँ मैं सोच भी नहीं सकती. That's the kind of idea. So feel can't be, establish can't be. Insinuate means to hint, right? So of course you can't even begin to hint is not what the idea is. The idea is I can't even begin to think. So there's only one idea. The answer is going to be option D. 39, Parajumbles. Once again, let's start. Okay, there's B coming in as the answer. Now let's see. We'll read all of it and then we'll go ahead and decide. Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj's examples show how useful this can be. Okay, we need to find out what this is. So I'm not beginning with, of course, a P. One stands eliminated. The fine art of diplomacy, with its subtle nuance, has clearly been given short shrift by many world leaders today, and not all of this is bad news. Okay, all right. Seems like an opener. Let's reserve it. In a way, Twitter has cut through official red tape and people can speak directly to their leaders. Okay, makes sense. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for example, uses Twitter to effectively reach out to people with his messages on development and cleanliness, among the other things, ensuring that nothing is lost in translation. Okay, now, if you are wanting to start with a Q, it is not going to happen with that. The idea is all about how these ministers or how all of these diplomatic people take to Twitter to be able to tell the audience of what it is. And it is this fine art of diplomacy with the subtle nuance that has clearly been able to bring many world leaders today. The passage is about Twitter. The passage is not about the world leaders. So we are not going to be starting with Q either, which a lot of you guys did have as the option. While independently, Q seems okay. But when you read it in relation with R and S, you understand that it's all about giving out the news on Twitter. So it's not going to be beginning with that, which means by default, your statement will have to be beginning with an R. So let's see, in a way, Twitter has cut through official red tape and people. Red tapeism is a lot of documentation, right? So it has cut through red tape and people can actually speak directly to their leaders, right? अभी Twitter से आया तो obviously अगला बात हम लोग देखते हैं इसमें क्या है. Now we have a Q and then we have a P. Let's see. Now Q says the fine art of diplomacy. Now this is not going to be, because this looks more of, how this fine art of diplomacy that is writing it in the Twitter actually helps. So this is not going to be the option. Let's see P. Now, getting on to Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj's example shows how useful this can be. This being the writing on the Twitter. So the next being P. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for example, another example, uses Twitter to effectively reach out to the people with his messages on development and among other things so that nothing is lost. So we have now used two examples of the people who use it. And ultimately, the fine art of diplomacy with its subtle nuances has clearly been given short shrift by many world leaders today. Not all of this is bad news. Ultimately, it's about the use of Twitter and how everybody is resorting to Twitter to give out the news. Is not all bad news, is what it says. The correct answer is going to be option D and not even C. I hope everybody gets this. Did everybody understand why it is going to be D? Right? Like I said earlier as well. Now, I think what you did was you read Q. Now, Q seemed like an opener. But with Q, the remaining sentences were not aligning. But that's not what you did. You would not have read the series. And which is why I always say you must read the series to ensure that what you've chosen is actually a power pack nexus and not just something which visibly looks so, but it is not when you get into the meaning of it. Let's get to the next word. Of the following, give me the one that is going to be similar in meaning to the word proliferation. Okay. All right, very good job here. So again, proliferation means distribution, something that grows. I mean, distributes and keeps growing, right? So the kind of idea that we want should have an upward stride to itself, which means the correct answer will become escalation because escalation also means upward, which is why escalators होते हैं mall में, आप ऊपर जाते हो. That is how it is. So our correct answer will become this because this is also to give rise or to increase something, same as proliferation. Contrast is difference, not an answer. Admiration or admired comes from the fact that you are very awestruck, not a meaning at all. Judgmental again means to judge, to have an opinion about somebody, not an answer either, which means the correct answer is going to be option A. And with that, let's get on to the next leg and the last leg of the revision that we have for today, which is now going to take two reading comprehensions. Now, I'd like you to note the information, read it through. I will first keep going until all the questions. It's when we finish the passage in totality that I will get back to the passage. Otherwise, if you begin with the discussion, you will lose what is it that you've read and the context as well. So keep writing to me next, next, as and when I have a next from other people, I will keep scrolling onto the slide. When we finish the 5 questions of the passage, there is when we will start with the discussion altogether. Okay? And with that, let us begin. So the more you tell me, the better it is going to be. Please start, everybody. right, okay. And with that, let us begin. First things first, we are going to talk about the idea of the passage, and only then do we move on to the question. So I'll quickly read it through and understand what it has to say. The people must use their power to make laws to prohibit the business model of surveillance capital. So there should be power that people must exert so that there are laws made wherein you are going to inhibit, you're going to not let people use the model which is called surveillance capitalism. Now, the provision dash services on the internet in return for comprehensive behavior collection through the individual's personal devices should be equally prohibited to all parties. The fact that they can have surveillance, they can actually watch over, have vigilance, and extract your data, that should be prohibited altogether. Neither Twitter nor Amazon nor Coup nor Reliance should be allowed to play with our data in an unbridled manner. Nobody should have access, irrespective of whichever company it be. This is an environmental regulation, like prohibiting the discharge of particular poisonous chemicals into the water or the air, and like prohibiting a fraudulent business practice. It should apply to all. It's just like how, there's an environmental restriction. Just like that, this is also a violation of personal liberty, and which is why it should be applied to all. Beginning from the people's right to be protected against dash data practices allows us to attack many problems at the root rather than proceeding branch by branch, one company at a time. And beginning from the very first, making sure that people's rights are saved is something which needs to be inculcated. Requiring all service providers on the internet to minimize behavior collection will cause a redesign. If you just make it a mandate that nobody is allowed to collect personal data, then of course it'll force them to redesign their services. We need rich services of the 21st century internet that will make our lives better. Of course, we want something that's going to make our lives better, but we don't need those services to be paid for by monitoring our every move. In fact, what we have learned, that's too high a price for society and democracy to pay. But we don't want any sort of violation of our personal liberty and space, because that's too high a price that we are paying for the democracy. So that is what the passage is. The passage out loud criticizes the kind of behavior these people are into, wherein there is data mining that is happening. The author says that there has to be rule because this is not right. Just because you're a company, nobody has given you the right, and under the garb of democracy, you can't go about by saying that you should be, we are supposed to be giving access to you for all of the data. Now let's see what our answers are going to be. Now, which of the following reflects the tone of the passage? Now we understand that the author was pissed. He was, of course, angry. He was criticizing because he was not okay, and he in fact went about by saying that there has to be laws to prohibit such thing. So no surveillance computing that needs to be done. So let's see whatever our answer is. Reproaching, very likely to be, because reproaching means to criticize, to reprimand someone. Very well, yes, this is going to be the tone that we have. Lionizing means किसी के इतनी तारीफ कर देना कि उसको लगे कि भाई मैं तो celebrity हूँ. Praise तो हो नहीं रहा था. Quixotic means ideal, something which is picture perfect. Again, that's not what it is. It's not a perfect environment here. Analytical means objective. It's not analytical. Analysis नहीं कर रहे situation का. Rather, he's giving his opinion about it by saying that जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत है. So this can't be the answer either, which means the correct answer is going to be option A. Okay. Next. Beginning from the people's right to be protected against dash data practices allows us to. So अगर हम अपना ये right रखें कि we should be protected against dash data practices, तो मतलब negative word ही चाहिए यहाँ पे. Punch in your answers, guys. What do you think the answer is going to be? कैसी type की data practices से अपने आप को बचाना है हमको? Humane होता तो ये क्यों protect क्यों कर रहे होते? Prey data practices. Prey is a verb. That's not what we want. Predatory, yes, something that is vulturous, makes for an answer. Query, again, is not going to be the answer. So the correct answer becomes option C. Very good there. Let's see the next one. Which of the following do you think is going to be the suitable title for the passage? So if you're looking for a title, it has to be something जो एकदम मुद्दे पे बात कर दे, टोन को भी रिफ्लेक्ट कर दे और हमारे प्रोटैगनिस्ट भी ले ले. तो obviously surveillance capitalism तो चाहिए ही चाहिए मुझे, right? So these don't stand. Now bane means negative, boon means positive. Passage तो negative था ना, so then clearly the answer will become option A over here. It's not positive, it's negative, Gauri. So we are going to have the answer to be a bane, which is A. What can be inferred from the passage? What is the one piece of information जो हम infer कर सकते हैं passage से? Let's see. The laws pertaining to protecting the privacy of people with regard to the provision of the services on the internet are adequate. No, they're not adequate. They're inadequate. ये नहीं हो सकता. The laws pertaining to the protecting of privacy of the people with regard to the provision are inadequate. Yes. The laws pertaining to protecting the privacy of people with regard to the provisions, they're not outdated. They aren't there. We have to have laws which will prohibit them. Now again, they are stringent. Stringent is not our word. Stringent means जो चीज बहुत ज्यादा एकदम compulsory बनाया हुआ है. But यहाँ तो है ही नहीं ना. वही तो problem है. So I think there is only one option that we have, which is going to make our answer to be option B. The provision dash services of the internet in return to comprehensive. So what do you think the provision of services, by services, over services, in services? Of course, this will have to be the provision of services. Provision over here, you're trying to talk about the kind of classifications that you're giving to the services. So the provision of services on the internet. So the correct answer becomes option A over here. And with that, let's begin with the last passage that we have for today. Hold on tight, guys. This is just the last one, and then you can have a good 10-15 minutes break before the next faculty comes in and takes you for a 2.5 hour amazing ride alongside English questions. Let's begin. We're going to have the same relay, so I will keep going until the end. Once you're done, we will then begin with the questions. Please start. Please do let me know when you want me to swap on to the next slide. Right then, okay. Perfect. I have done from almost everybody. Let's go. First things first, we're going to discuss what the passage is about. Literacy, the ability to read and write, is often equated with education, but it's not the same. So he goes to say literate and education are not the same thing. Literacy is a step to education. So if you're literate, it's one step towards education. For me, education is the complete development of a person in terms of knowledge, sensibility, and most important, behavior in different situations. So education is a more wholesome term. Let us take the example of a person who knows very well how to read and write, very fluent in English. Thus, we can say that he's literate, but can we say he is well educated? I doubt. So just because you know how to read and write does not mean you are literate. I can say he's educated, sorry, cannot say you're educated, you're only literate. I can say he's educated only if he has the knowledge and information gained, but that is being reflected in his action. A person who is literate in a language is considered illiterate when he goes to a foreign land having another language, but his behavior will reflect his educated mind everywhere. So you could know a language, but if you go to another land wherein some other language is being used, you will of course be an illiterate there. But the way you conduct yourself, that will go to show how much of an educated mind do you carry. Literacy cannot make a person wise, but education can. An educated person can only bring about changes in society and contribute to the development which leads to the development of the nation. So it's always the educated mind that brings in the change. To make people and children educated, we must take care. We must take care of the teaching methodology. It's the teaching methodology that has to be taken care of. We must have efficient and eminent are professional, recognized teachers who can educate the young generation, as the mind once enlightened cannot become dark. The students of different capabilities must be mixed together in a proper order without discrimination so that they can learn from each other. So there has to be no discrimination, and it has to be a very conducive environment for growth. Everybody has his or her own capability and interest. We must encourage them to excel in the field in which they desire to grow. They must be provided with the option to develop themselves. If we judge a fish by its ability to climb the tree, we are only making a fool of ourselves. So everybody has the way in which one can excel, and it is that that interest or the capability that one should always be skilling through. And if you of course make a fish climb the tree, which is of course never going to happen, it's an aquatic animal, so we're only making a fool of ourselves. So in the broader context, education is what is important, not so much as literacy. That is what we have as the questions, and with that let's go to the questions. As per the above passage, the author considers literate to. Answers in the chat box, everybody. So who exactly becomes a literate person? Answers please. Let's see the options. A person who is fluent in English. Okay. Now we're just looking for literate. A person who's completely developed in the terms of the knowledge and behavior. No, this is education. A person who knows how to read and write. Yes. So fluent is coming later, but of course the one who knows how to read and write, definitely. A person who took his education from an efficient, eminent teachers. No, that's not what it is. So any person who can read and write as per the passage is literate, but you are not educated. Very well. Let's go on to the next. On the basis of the above paragraph, what can be deduced of a person who is excellent in terms of his knowledge, sensibility, behavior in different situations? Let's see. He is educated, but nothing can be judged about his literacy. No. He is literate, but not educated. Of course, that is not what it is. He is neither literate nor, that's again not. He is both literate and educated. So if he's somebody who is able to use his knowledge, sensibility, and be able to understand what the situation brings, then of course that is going to be both educated and a literate behavior. Okay, let's get to the next question. 48. A person who is literate in the language can be considered illiterate. So when is it that that person is going to become illiterate? If he goes to a foreign land speaking foreign languages, okay. If he cannot contribute to the development of his society, okay. If he cannot read and write through the overall behavior, though the overall behavior is good, no. When he goes to a foreign land having another language, now which of the following do you think is going to be the answer over here? Now the passage went about by saying that the person who is literate in a language is considered illiterate when he goes to a foreign land having another. So which means the correct answer is going to be option D. as quoted in the passage. Next, according to the above passage, which of the following statement is not correct? So you have to tell me the one statement that is incorrect as per the passage. Let's do true and false and find out the answer. A person's behavior reflects his educated mind. This is true. Education cannot make a person wise, but literacy can. False. It's the other way around. So this is likely to be an answer for us. If a mind once enlightened cannot become dark. Okay, this was also mentioned in the passage. Different people have different capabilities and interests. Again, this is true, which means the only information which is false will become option B. Very well done there. And the last one, the 50th question. What, according to the passage, cannot contribute in making people and children educated? Cannot be an attribute. Encourage them to excel in the field in which they desire to grow. Of course, encouragement was what was required. This is true. Can't be my answer. The students of different capabilities must be mixed together in a proper order without discrimination. This was the last paragraph was all about. This was also true. Teach them to behave in public. Of course, that is not what was likely to be our answer, because it says the one that cannot contribute. Efficient and eminent teachers, these can also contribute. This is also true, which means the correct answer over here is going to be option C. And with that, we come to an end of the rapid revision first half. Now, I hope all of the questions were absolutely clear with every option, why an answer and why not. If there's any confusion that you have, now is a good time to ask. Going forward, please make sure until the day of the examination, you keep yourself busy with reading, solving, because empty reading is not going to help. It has to then be used into action as well. So please make sure that you're using it by practicing. And when you go wrong with an answer, always do an analysis, a thorough analysis as to why the answer is wrong, so that you're learning, right? It's a never-ending process of learning, unlearning, and relearning. And it goes in a loop. And that is how you prepare for competitive exams altogether. My Telegram ID is Suyukti_Seth. If there be any doubt that you have around critical reasoning or English and that you need clarity, you can always reach out to me, and it will be my privilege to be able to help you navigate through the problems that there be. Thank you so much for being a lovely and a wonderful audience. I had a wonderful time, did not even know when the 2.5 hours passed. It is obviously because of the kind of very lively, very active interaction that you all kept having. And so I'm very thankful for you guys adhering to the rules that we set initially. That is, we are going to, of course, not pollute the chat box. That's something that I'm extremely proud of. Keep the practice going, guys. All the very best. I'm very confident that you're going to kill it, but don't get overconfident, and just make sure that on daily basis you are learning and doing your reading, all things that are required for the examination. And don't forget to solve the PYPs. The past year papers at the box will be the best reflection of what your performance is and how much more do you have to get going in the examination league. Have a very nice day, everybody. Thank you so much. I will see you guys super soon. Until then, keep doing all things that we discussed. And now there's going to be a break time until 2:30. So just after the 10-minute break time, you will have another faculty who's going to continue with the rapid revision. Stay tight, stay put, do not go anywhere, and you will have a blast for the following session as well. Thank you so much, everybody. See you very soon. All the very best for your examination as well.
Hi everyone, the break time is over and I believe everyone is ready. So welcome to Supergrads. My name is Abhyansh and here we are for the one shot marathon for IIM Bangalore's BBA entrance exam. So I hope everyone is ready. I hope सबकी preparation top notch पहुंच चुकी है. It's time that we give that final boost to your preparation. So here I am with around 80-90 questions that will test your grammar skills, your vocabulary skills, your reading comprehension. And that is the kind of exam, that is the kind of actual paper that you can expect coming this Sunday. So I believe everyone is ready, students. Just give me a confirmation if sound quality and video quality is perfect. Just give me a confirmation if your preparation is almost top notch. I would not say top notch unless you go into the exam and do what you're supposed to do. So I believe everyone is ready. Let's begin with things. Hi everyone. Here is your first question, students. Here's your first question. So initially the questions that I have are from different parts of speech used in fill in the blank type questions. Then we have error detection type questions. Then of course we have vocabulary questions, and the session will conclude with some passages as well. So here is your first question, students. Her classmates made some dash remarks. What kind of remarks? Or before coming to what the options are, the first thing you should try and identify is what part of speech do you think is appropriate here? You should try and identify what part of speech should be appropriate. That will help you eliminate the options, that will help you get to the correct answer. Harsh, the best thing I can do is I can make you practice a lot of questions and we can just hope कि एग्जाम में वही vocabulary हो जो हम अपने क्लासेस में इतने दिन से पढ़ रहे थे, जो आज हम वाईटी सेशन में पढ़ने वाले हैं. So that is what we can expect. Now, some here is an adjective. Remarks is a noun. So between an adjective and a noun, there can only be an adjective here. Now, purely and hugely are adverbs, so you can eliminate these two options. Love is a noun. Cruel is the word that should be correct. The classmates made some cruel remarks, that is, very harsh remarks, and all we needed was an adjective in this case. So, yes, Ram's answer looks correct. Uh, Leelavati's answer also looks correct. A is the correct answer, guys, for the first question. Let's move to the next question. Again, parts of speech identification. As I said, parts of speech को आप समझोगे, that will help you answer such questions. So here is question number 2, students. Here is question number 2, guys. Yes, Harsh, I am pretty sure I have seen you in my classes as well. I've seen you in YT sessions as well. I'm pretty sure you'll do well in the exam. Don't worry. Don't panic. जितना पढ़ा है अपनी प्रिपरेशन पे ट्रस्ट रखो एंड बस एग्जाम डे पे जाके हमें डिलीवर करना है. दैट्स इट. सो डोंट वरी अबाउट एनीथिंग. Sunday would probably be your day. I really miss them and I still remember their happy dash faces. Now here again you need an adjective, students, because यहाँ पे noun है. Happy itself is an adjective, so you can have multiple adjectives for one single noun. Smile is a verb. Badly and happily are adverbs. What are we left with now? ये questions में मैं meanings देखने नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं कुछ भी समझने नहीं जा रहा हूँ. I'm only focusing on the parts of speech. I'm only focusing on the parts of speech. So smiling is the only word among the given options that is an adjective. We needed an adjective in this case, so all I remember is their happy smiling faces. Happy smiling faces, that would be the correct answer, students, for question number 2. It's time we move to the third question of today's session. Here it is, guys. So here again we need an adverb here. He smoothed his hair and drank dash from his water glass. So what we need here is an adverb. Now careful is an adjective. Eventual is an adjective. Now here you have to decide verbally or greedily. So we need an adverb of manner here. Adverb of manner. So that would be greedily. He smoothed his hair and drank greedily. That means there was a lot of greed involved in a greedy manner. That is exactly what this means. That is exactly what the sentence means. So the correct answer here should be option C, which unfortunately none of you got this one correct. And the moment you make a mistake, it brings a smile to my face. उसका simple reason है. I am happy कि ये mistake आप अभी YT sessions में कर रहे हो. If there is a similar question in the exam, I'm sure आप वहाँ पे गलती नहीं करेंगे. Right, guys? So C should be the correct answer, students. It's time we move to question number 4. Now here we need a correct conjunction. What conjunction should you use in this particular sentence? You need appropriate use of conjunction in this one. What should be your answer to such a question? My knee started hurting, dash, I stopped running. Now what would happen? It so happens in old age or happens in 30s and 40s as well with people. That knee starts to hurt, so you stop running. Now, there's a peculiar thing on how you decide where to use so and where to use because उन दोनों में क्या difference होता है. Now, when the cause is written and effect is written in the latter part of the sentence, you use so. Cause लिखा हुआ है कि why did that person stop running? Because his knee started to pain. Now, if the effect had been written first, then the conjunction would not have been so. आप so नहीं use करते, आप उसके जगह use करते because. I stopped running because my knee was hurting. So that is how you decide कहाँ पे so use करना है, कहाँ पे because use करना है. These are the subtleties that you need to keep in mind when you're doing such questions of conjunction. So that was question 4, students. Moving on to question number 5 now. Question 5, students. Now coming back to this question, students, so we can infer the effect of this effect the policy has had dash the data across the demographics in our country. Now, when we talk about prepositions, so when we study prepositions, हम उसके usage पढ़ते हैं, हम सारी चीजें देखते हैं. Then there's one more important thing, students, and that is fixed preposition. There are some verbs जिनके साथ fix होता है कि यार यही preposition use हो सकता है. Same goes for infer, students. When we use infer with the word infer, we always use from. We always use from. So infer plus from would be correct, and option D, students, should be your correct answer. Infer plus from. That is how you decide कि यहाँ पर क्या use करना है. As I said, it all depends on the verb. There are certain verbs सो एक लिस्ट होती है। अब इस समय पे आई थिंक टुडे इज फ्राइडे, संडे को एग्जाम है, सो नॉट एडवाइजेबल कि आप जाओ वो लिस्ट दोबारा देखो, वो लिस्ट कहीं गूगल करो। आई डोंट थिंक दैट वुड बी अ गुड वे ऑफ डीलिंग विद थिंग्स। जितना पढ़ा है उस पर ट्रस्ट करो, और रिमेनिंग कुछ दिनों में अगर आप पढ़ना चाहते हो तो आई वुड से वोकैबुलरी का एक बार अच्छे से रिविजन करो। दैट वाज क्वेश्चन 5 स्टूडेंट्स। The government's dash policies have led us into the worst recession in years. So here we have a noun, and before a noun we can have adjectives, students. So all am I looking for is an adjective, and that too an appropriate one that would fit in this context. The government's, see, these two are not adjectives, so you can eliminate these two. Quite policies, quite is used. Quite is again an adverb. It is used to modify adjectives. So the only adjective that I see in the options is economic policies. Again, because we are talking about recession, students, so economic policies are the ones that lead us to that path of recession. So that was question number 6. D was the correct answer, and I hope concept building भी आप करते चल रहे हो। बिल्डिंग नहीं तो एटलीस्ट रिविजन आप चीजों का करते जा रहे हो। शायद ये चीजें आपने पहले नहीं पढ़ी, बट अभी at the moment I think this will definitely help you in the exam. A sense of doom hung over the dash country. Now here again I am looking for an adverb, for an adjective. ऐसा क्यों होता है? क्या मैं ये डिसाइड कर रहा हूं कि मुझे ये यहाँ पे एडजेक्टिव चाहिए? क्या मेरा कुछ यहाँ पे पर्सनल फायदा हो रहा है एडजेक्टिव से? नहीं। पेयर्स हैं, कॉम्बिनेशन है ग्रामर के। देयर आर रूल्स इन ग्रामर दैट वी कैन नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विथ। सो व्हेन यू हैव एन आर्टिकल, देन यू हैव एन एडजेक्टिव, और उसके बाद देयर शुड बी अ नाउन। सो आर्टिकल दिख रहा है, नाउन दिख रहा है, बीच में सिर्फ एक एडजेक्टिव मिसिंग है। एंड आई थिंक नाउ इट्स अ ब्रेड एंड बटर क्वेश्चन फॉर एवरीवन। ये क्वेश्चन देख लो भाई। What about question number 7? So again, adjective आप देखने जाओगे, the only adjective that you see in the options is B, that is entire country, students. It should be entire country. Let's move to the next one. I wonder what is wrong with the screen. Just a second. Here's the next question, students. The documentary presented both sides of the problem very dash. Very what? So here we need an adverb, students. An adverb can also be used to modify an adverb. Very itself is an adverb. एक adverb दूसरे adverb को भी modify करता है. If I say he ran very quickly, so quickly being an adverb, and very is used to tell us about the magnitude, the intensity of how a person ran. So the documentary presented both sides of the problem very well. Why did I eliminate these three? Because these are adjectives, students. We needed very itself as an adverb. So we needed an adverb modifying an adverb in this case. That was question number 9 for you. 8 rather. Here's the next one. What about question number 9, guys? What about this question? So I'm sorry, but I can dash, confirm, dash, deny. So confirm and deny are two opposite things, students. So here we need to present, here we need a pair of conjunction that expresses choice of things. So both and nahi ho sakta, not only but also nahi ho sakta. Now, why is the person sorry? Because he has no idea about things. He's not able to confirm and not able to deny something. So I'm sorry, but I can neither confirm nor deny the allegation. So this is what should be the correct pair for question number 9. As I can see, Harsh का answer correct hai. Ram's answer also looks correct. That was question 9, students. जल्दी जल्दी आगे बढ़ते हैं. So this is the 10th question. इसके बाद फिलर क्वेश्चंस को ब्रेक देंगे. We'll have questions of error detection, one of my favorite topics, one of those topics where I say कि यार एरर खुद चल के आपके पास आता है और बोलता है मैं एरर हूं, मुझे आइडेंटिफाई करो. अगर आपके ग्रामर स्किल्स पे अच्छा कमांड है, error detection is a piece of cake for you guys. So here's your question, students. Now, so carry creature, I would say maths. If maths is a problem, I think you can work on it. Not something to worry about. And you can just drop in a comment once the marathon session is over. I think the team will reach out to you. Looking at this question, financial problem hindered him. Hinder plus from is what we use. So as I said, there are some verbs. There are certain verbs जिनके साथ fix होता है कि क्या preposition use होना है. Hinder being one of them. So that was question 10, students. So we are done with the fill in the blank type questions. It's time we come to error detections. And trust me, error detection should be one of those topics जिसमें आपको 5 सेकंड से ज्यादा नहीं लगना चाहिए. So here is your first question on error detection, students. Here's your first question on error detection. What to make people angry is actually a mystery and is difficult to explain. Which part of the sentence contains a grammatical error? That is what you need to identify, students. And दोनों चीजों पे वर्क करना है. I would suggest you to error detection भी करना है, error correction भी करना है. That is what your intention should be. scary creature, I would say, why are you letting people tell you कि आप क्या कर सकते हो क्या नहीं? Just have confidence in yourself. और क्या ही हो सकता है? Nobody on this planet can tell you कि आपका क्या potential है. It is that simple. Coming to this question, students, so what to make people angry? It should not be what to make people angry. It should be what makes people angry. What makes people angry is actually a mystery and is difficult to explain. So the first part of the sentence was the one that had a grammatical error. Exam point of view से students दोनों चीजें important है. Error detection भी करना है, error correction भी करना है. That is how you should approach such questions. That was just our first question for error detection. It's time we move to the second one. Since she jumped aside, therefore the stone did not hit him. Sorry, since he jumped aside, therefore the stone did not hit him. Which part of the sentence do you feel contains a grammatical error, students? So since and therefore. Now the problem here is that you don't use since and therefore in the same sentence. Since and therefore are never used together. So since is correct, students. If I look at the second part of the sentence, that is where the error is. So part two of this sentence contains a grammatical error and like always दोनों काम किए हमने error detection भी किया error correction भी किया अपना reason भी दिया and it's time we move to the next question, students. Here is question number 13. Here is question number 13. Coming back to this question again, it's all about error detection as I said. So Pankaj told us that if all of us cooperate, we will succeed. Now the moment I see the word succeeded, मैं वहां पे रुक जाऊंगा, मैं reread करने नहीं जाऊंगा. What is my reason for doing that? It's quite simple. मैं modal verbs अच्छे से पढ़ के आया हूँ. So with modal verbs, whenever you have modal verbs like can, could, may, might, must, will, shall, would, should, shall, lest, used to, need, dare, ये जितने भी modal verbs होते हैं, with modal verbs, you always use first form of the verb and that too the plural form. That too the plural form, uh, not singular. So I think अब आप बात समझ चुके हो, error हमने देख लिया है. Will succeed and not succeeded. So part 3 of the question contained a grammatical error. Error detection हुआ, error correction हुआ. हर्ष का आंसर correct है. That's good to see. Let's move to the next question, students. Question number 14. I'm still not satisfied with the color I'm using. Here's the next question. Patrick and Francis have been worked in this organization for some time now. This is a sentence that should be. Yes, Harsh, that is exactly the reason for the error in the last question. If we talk about question number 14, students, so the sentence here is in present perfect continuous tense. It should be in present perfect continuous tense. Now the moment I say present perfect continuous, सारी चीजें follow होनी चाहिए. So ठीक है, present perfect, but this is not in continuous tense. So it should be working instead. Patrick and Francis have been working in this organization for some time now. So there was error in the second part of the sentence and दोनों काम किए, error detection भी किया, error correction भी किया, reason भी दिया और IIM Bangalore की तरफ 2 कदम भी बढ़ा दिए. So that was our question number 14, students. The fourth question on error detection. Let's move to the next one now. Next question. It's about the basics of tenses. So here we have, after a few minutes, I looked up. So the moment I see this, I would say the sentence is in past tense. And so again V2, that all the birds are flying. Now the moment I read this, my eyes will lit up and I'll say, ये are यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा है students? कोई usage नहीं है because the sentence, the action was already in past tense, so it should not be are, it should be were. All the birds were flying up in the sky. So there was error in the second part of the sentence. Basic tense related error tha. So yes, Harsh, your answer is absolutely correct. That was question number 15. Let's move to the next one. That is question number 16, students. Question 16, students. They all believed that regular practice had helped the boy become best singer in this class. Now, the entire sentence is in simple past tense, students, and past perfect is something that we never use for a single action of the past. Past perfect use karte when we talk about two actions of the past. I'll explain that in detail if we have questions, have such questions in the sessions. But for the moment, the entire sentence should be in simple past tense. So there is no use of this had here. So here again, there was error in part 2 of the sentence. एंड दोनों बातें, एरर डिटेक्शन, एरर करेक्शन, ये हमारा तरीका होना चाहिए इन सच क्वेश्चंस. सो आई होप देयर इज क्लैरिटी. आई होप आप सेशन एंजॉय कर रहे हैं. इफ यू गाइस आर एंजॉयिंग द सेशन, डू लाइक इट. And if you have any queries, any doubts regarding your preparation, you can also write it to me in the chat section. That is question 16, students. Here is the next one. If you lend her a novel, she will lend it to someone else and never you will get it back. Chalo, that's good to know. If you lend her a novel, she will lend it to someone, and never you will nahi hona chahiye. It should be you will never. The structuring of the sentence is incorrect here. You will never get it back. It happens with so many of us. किसी को बुक दे देते हैं, वो किसी और को बुक दे देता है, और वो साइकिल चलती रहती है, वो नॉवेल वापस ही नहीं आ पाती कभी. So there was error in the third part of the sentence. Like always, error detection, error correction, दोनों बातों पे focus करना है students. Let's move to the next question then. Lend is correct. It is not in past, it is in present tense. Lent hota hai, that is L-E-N-T, that is the past form. Harsh. Let's move to question 18 now. Let's answer question number 18. So the man thought that the company hired the girl because she was MLA in economics. Now here there's an article related error, students. It is pronounced M, right? So there should be indefinite article an. कहाँ कहाँ पर use होता है? You say an MA, an MLA, an MP, that is member of parliament. So in such cases, you use indefinite article and, of course, because of the pronunciation, because of the vowel sound. जहाँ पे consonant sounds होते हैं वहाँ पे you use a, and where there are vowel sounds, there are words that start with a vowel sound. In that case, you use an. So that was question number 18. Second part में error था, error detection हुआ, error correction हुआ, plus 2 कदम हमने अपने ड्रीम IIM की तरफ बढ़ा दिए. It's time we answer question number 19, students. Here is question number 19. It's time we answer question number 19, students. The in charge announced it's time that we drink the flavored milk. Now there are so many phrases with its time and its high time. ये सारी चीजें हम जब past tense पढ़ रहे होते हैं classes में, वहां पर ये सब discuss करते हैं. So there is a peculiar structure when we talk about its time and its high time. इसका structure क्या होता है? ये structure मैं आपको यहाँ पे समझाता हूँ. So when you have phrases like it's time or it's high time, with them, there are two type of structures that are possible. The first structure is if you have a subject after it, you use B2. And if you have preposition to, you use B1. This is something जो बहुत सारे books में भी आपको नहीं मिलता है. Teachers भी skip कर देते हैं because they don't know कि ये किस topic का part है. But if I am to tell you something about what we do at Supergrads, ये चीज हम टेंस में आपको पढ़ाते हैं. So when a phrase starts with it's time, it's high time, it's about time, there are two structures possible. If you have the subject, it should be followed by V2. And if you have preposition to, it is followed by V1, 2 plus V1, the bare infinitive rule. The infinitive rule. इसका reason ये है that it is infinitive. So इतनी theory काफी है इस question को answer करने के लिए. The in charge announced that it's time that, then you have a subject, drink will change to V2. So drink, drank, drunk. It should be the second form of the verb. So there was error in the second part of the sentence. Error detection kiya, error correction kiya, reason specify kiya. I don't think there's anything left to discuss here in question number 19. Let's move to the next question, students. Reason यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है, so you can take a screenshot of it. Here's the next question. The manager was pleased with the quality of work submitted by Jennifer. Here is the next question. So the manager was pleased with the quality of work submitted by Jennifer. And trust me, I am also pleased with the quality of language, the quality of grammar that is used in this sentence. That means the sentence, students, is free from any error. No error in this one. Exam में ऐसा भी होता है that there are some no error type questions. Generally what happens कि हम एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन देखते हैं और एरर ढूंढने जाते हैं. That is where my famous line comes into play. Something that I keep saying कि यार एरर ढूंढने नहीं जाना होता है, एरर चल के हमारे पास आता है. If we know what is grammatically correct, तो एरर जहां भी होगा हमें दिख जाएगा. यहाँ पे कोई एरर नहीं था इसलिए मुझे नहीं दिखा, of course. So no error in this question, students. Let's move to question number 21. Now I'll discuss the instructions for these questions first. थोड़ा सा अलग टाइप का question है. A word along with 4 sentences is given. There's a word highlighted in each sentence. Choose an option which is a synonym or which could be close in meaning to what is written here. Exuberant का synonymous word या correct usage किस sentence में आपको दिख रहा है? That is what you need to answer here in question number 21, students. That is what you need to do in question number 21. Exuberant. Exuberance is we often come across this phrase that the child was showing his the exuberance of youth. We come across this phrase. So exuberance is high energy, liveliness. Apathetic is showing no feelings. Restrained is a bit restricted. Then unadorned. Adorn means to decorate something. Adorn is to decorate. Adorn is to decorate. So unadorned is something that is quite simple, not very decorative. So the correct synonym His lively demeanor was contagious. Someone's energy can be contagious. For energy, it can be contagious, it can be galvanizing at times as well. So that should be the correct answer, students, for question number 21. Exuberant से मिलता जुलता word, मिलता जुलता usage. I can see that only in the second sentence. It's time we move to question number 22. Dilapidated. So if you know what dilapidated is, I don't think ये question करने में आपको बहुत time लगेगा. Dilapidated. The structure was newly built, relocated. The ancient house was run down and neglected. So dilapidated is damaged, or you could say not in a good condition. Not in a good condition. So rundown is the word that can be a close synonym for the word dilapidated. Dilapidated condition means not in good condition house. कभी भी गिर सकता है, थोड़ी सी बारिश, थोड़ी सी आंधी, and it will fall. So that is what dilapidated situation or dilapidated condition is. Correct answer for question number 22 would be option C, students. The correct answer here should be option C. Let's see what word do we have. Jubilant is again euphoric. Jubilant is again exuberant, very cheerful, very lively about things. You would be jubilant if you get selected into your dream IIMs, students. So, gloom, somber, indifferent, or ecstatic. Which of the following words do you think is a close synonym for jubilant? Now, yes, how am I so full of words? So it's all about usage यार. It's not about that मैंने कोई dictionaries mug up कर ली हैं या कोई बहुत rocket science वाला काम कर लिया. It's not like that. But the moment I see new words, I try to make sure कि जितना usage करूँ, जितना उसके around peripheral information gather कर लूँ, I think that helps. So going forward, आप IIM Bangalore का एग्जाम दे रहे हो, आगे भी लाइफ में बहुत एग्जाम्स दोगे. So हमेशा यूजेज पे फोकस करो हर्ष. आई थिंक that will take you to your desired results. Jubilant is ecstatic, happy. So the team was ecstatic after their victory. Gloomy is sad face. So of course gloomy faces उस team के होंगे जो इनके opposite होगी, of course, because they have lost. Somber is again sad, disappointing sense. Indifferent is showing no emotions. His reaction was indifferent. That means showing no emotions. Impassive, you would say poker faced. एक ही जैसा expression है. खुश है तो भी ऐसा expression है, sad है तो भी ऐसा expression है. That is what indifferent is. Next question, students. Frugal. Frugal. लोगों को छोड़ दो. जिस दिन हर्ष द मोमेंट यू डिसाइड कि लोग क्या सोचते हैं मुझे उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वहीं से आप अपने सक्सेस की तरफ बढ़ना शुरू कर जाते हो. इट इज दैट सिंपल. जितने जल्दी आप ये इंप्लीमेंट कर लोगे कि यार लोगों से मतलब नहीं, मुझे जो ठीक लग रहा है, इफ दैट मेक्स सेंस टू मी, सब सही है. दैट इज हाउ यू शुड अप्रोच थिंग्स. नेक्स्ट यू हैव फ्रूगल स्टूडेंट्स. Now here's the next question. Frugal is someone who is very economical. Unrestrained, significant. Lavish is, this is the opposite of frugal. Lavish is the opposite of frugal. So the correct usage is in option 2. He embraced an economical way of living, avoiding waste. There are people who are frugal with their words as well. बहुत कम वर्ड्स यूज करते हैं, या जितने वर्ड जरूरी सिर्फ उतने वर्ड्स यूज करते हैं. अननेसेसरी चैटर नहीं करते. दे आर नॉट लोक्वेशियस. सो लोक्वेशियस का एंटोनिम भी फ्रूगल हो सकता है. देयर एक्सपेंडिचर वाज एक्सेसिव एंड अनरिस्ट्रेन्ड, दैट इज विदाउट कंट्रोल. बहुत ज्यादा. frugal people are not without control. They know how to live within their resources, how to live within their limits. So correct answer here should be option B, students. Correct answer here should be option B. Next question. Audacious. Audacious. Audacity. What is audacity? What is audacious? What about audacious? So audacious is someone who is very bold. Audacious is someone जिसे सिचुएशन से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, स्टेज कितना भी बड़ा हो, फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. You are behaving normally in every situation. That is audacity. So her bold proposals were revolutionary. Bold proposals, or you can replace the word bold with audacious here as well. So the correct answer should be option B, students, for question number 25. Correct answer should be option B. This is what we are doing. Word usage पे हम focus कर रहे हैं. Next word that we have is languid. Now languid, मैं आपको एक gesture करके दिखाऊंगा and you'll realize what languid is. So you will be very tired once we come to the end of this session. आप बड़े languid से हो जाओगे. आप you might be very dull. ऐसा move करोगे. So that would be languid. Ram, as you said, कोई नहीं है, हम आंसर कर रहे हैं. Trust me. क्या आप IIM बैंगलोर सबके साथ जाना चाहते हो? क्या आप सबके साथ IIM बैंगलोर जाना चाहते हो? ऑफ कोर्स आप चाहोगे कि वहां भी कोई ना हो, मेरा सिलेक्शन हो जाए बस. यही एटीट्यूड है और यही अप्रोच होना भी चाहिए. दैट शुड बी द करेक्ट वे ऑफ अप्रोचिंग थिंग्स. इट्स, एज आई सेड, इट्स नॉट अबाउट दुनिया में क्या चल रहा है, आप क्या कर रहे हो. दैट इज व्हाट डिसाइड्स योर फ्यूचर. दैट इज the only thing that matters. Languid is a bit sluggish, bit tired, bit a little exhausted. So the runner exhibited stamina. Stamina is the opposite. Efficiency is again the opposite. His actions were sluggish and unhurried. Actions were sluggish, dhila, exhaustive, lacking energy. That is exactly what languid means. So that was question 26, students. Boisterous. Who is boisterous? Boisterous is something that is very noisy, students. Noisy. So noisy के आसपास का कोई word आपको ढूंढना है. Here is your question, students. Next question. So boisterous is noisy. Now you say the crowd was rowdy and loud. So I think this is a word that is closely synonymous to what boisterous is. Library was silent. Again, यहाँ पे सारे words silent, peaceful, gentle, hush. ये calm manner के लिए है. So the word that we needed should have been rowdy, which is closely synonymous to the word boisterous. That is 27 students. Moving on to the next question. Vibrant is your word here. Vibrant. But there's a catch. From question 28, students, you need to tell me an antonym for it, not a word that is similar in meaning. Not a word that is similar in meaning. आपको antonym देखना है for such words like vibrant in question number 28. What about question number 28? So vibrant is, if we talk about in context of light or in context of colors, we say something that is very bright, something that shines a lot. So dynamic, bright, bold, ये सब synonymous with subdued, lacking that kind of shine, lacking that kind of energy. That is what subdued here means. So despite its rich history, the town's current state was subdued and lackluster. Lackluster is lacking color. Lackluster is lacking color. So the correct answer to this question would be option B. Vibrant का opposite देखना है हमें. We need to find an antonym for this. So B is the correct answer. Yes, Harsh, your answer is correct. It's time we move to the next question. Clairvoyant. Clairvoyant. What does clairvoyant mean, students? पहले आपको clairvoyant का meaning पता होना चाहिए. Then only you can decide which could be the antonym. So clairvoyant is ability to see events of the future. Ability to see or predict events of the future. So that is what clairvoyant means. Now, if I look at the options, her predictions often vague, left much to interpretation. His insights seem to predict future events. So ये तो future event को predict कर रहा है. The fortune teller was popular for his enigmatic mysteries, mystical readings. People were spectacle of her so-called. So spectacle is doubtful. ठीक है. And the first word vague means unclear. So I would say A should be the correct answer here. Unclear would be a close synonym for clairvoyant because clairvoyant means the ability to see or predict what might happen in the future. So A should be the correct answer, students, for question number 29. It's time we move to the next question, that is mirthful. Now, mirthful again is one of those words like ecstatic, exuberant, joy. So ये सारे words एक ही family के words हैं, students. Mirthful also means joy. So can you answer question number 30, students? Now, as you people have answered, so mirthful is again related to joy, students. And as I said, from questions 27, 28 to 34, we are looking at antonyms. We are not looking at synonyms here. So the antonym here should be somber. Despite the festive occasion, her mood remains somber and reflective. Sad, dull in appearance, that it was somber. So antonym देखना था, students. That is why B should be our correct answer here. Yes, joyous is a synonym of mirthful. We were looking for antonyms. So Athya and Harsh, I hope you get the point now. I hope आगे questions में आप antonyms ढूंढने जाओगे, synonyms ढूंढने नहीं जाओगे. That's question 31 now. Archaic. Now, archaic is something that is very old fashioned, you would say, something of the past. A thing of the past. That is archaic. So, what should be the correct answer for question number 31, students? The manuscript was written in obsolete language. So, obsolete is something that is outdated. Then, the technology used in new model was cutting edge and innovative. The museum displayed artifacts from bygone era, an era that has already passed, an era of the past. Then he enjoyed reading about medieval history and old traditions. So old traditions again signifies something of the past. So seems like Ram is ready with his answer, and so is Harsh. Cutting edge is again new and innovative. Cutting edge is new and innovative. So B should be the correct answer to this question. Antonym ढूंढने जाना है हमें. So yes, guys, your answers are absolutely correct. Let's move to question 32. Tumultus. Now, tumultus is related to sound and noise and uproar. Tumultus is sound and noise and uproar. So ऐसा कुछ इसका एंटोनिम मुझे देखना. Tumultus is sound and noise and uproar among crowd. So what do you think should be the correct answer for question number 32? Tumultus. Tumultus is noisy. So energetic is again expressing things, frequent, volatile. ये सब positive sense में. The ocean was calm and placid. Placid, serene that morning. Serene, tranquil. So that is what should be a correct antonym for the word tumultuous. Question number 32, students, correct answer being option A. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये वर्ड्स बहुत हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी वर्ड्स हैं, बहुत पॉपुलर वर्ड्स हैं. नाउ हाउ डू वी एज टीचर्स डिसाइड कि कोई भी वर्ड पॉपुलर है या नहीं है? बिकॉज यू सी सच वर्ड्स इन ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द एग्जाम्स. जो मैं बोलता हूँ कि यार ये वर्ड्स मार्केट में बिना मास्क पहने घूम रहे हैं. मार्केट में घूम रहे मतलब किसी ना किसी एग्जाम का पार्ट जरूर है. सो कभी उस एग्जाम में, कभी इस एग्जाम में, कभी उठ के सीधे आपके एग्जाम में. That is how you can expect कि ये words आ सकते हैं. Nocturnal students. Nocturnal is people who are active during night. Nocturnal are people who are active during night. Can you answer this question? The owl active during the night. तो ये तो synonym हो गया. Diurnal habits of new species contradicted previous assumption. They observe the stars and moons during the late hours. Again, stars and moons are active during the night hours, during the uh, night time in the jungle was alive, again talking about night time. So the opposite of nocturnal is diurnal, students. It is diurnal. Diurnal means active during daytime. Active during daytime. So diurnal is the antonym for nocturnal. Antonym ढूंढने जाना था. No, not ghost. There's a growing culture of people becoming nocturnal students. Earlier, there were not a lot of people who were active during the night hours, but धीरे धीरे the culture is moving towards people becoming more nocturnal and less diurnal. Let's move to question 34. Capacious students. So capacious is something that has a lot of space. Spacious. Capacious is something that is spacious. So can you tell me an antonym for capacious here? Antonym, students, for capacious. Capacious, something that has a lot of space. So a small apartment felt crammed and confined, crammed into something. That means there was not a lot of space. Confined, again restricted. Confined is again restricted. So for such a question, capacious का antonym would be cramped, large, spacious, vastness. ये सब synonymous words and they all go on the same terms as capacious. So that was question 34. It's time we move to the next one. That is verbose. And verbose का मुझे antonym बताना है. Verbose is one who is full of words. Verbose is full of words. Verbose is full of words. So can you answer what would be an antonym for verbose? The speech was lengthy. So again, not going in the same lines as we are looking for. We are looking for words that are antonym, that are the opposite of verbose. His writing style was succinct in manner. I think succinct is the word that I'm looking for. Succinct is using very less words, precise words. Yes, I know I am also verbose at times because I tend to exaggerate the meaning of words. I tend to come up with the families of word और मेरे दिमाग में कोई भी word आता है तो उसका folder खुल जाता है. And the moment that folder opens, आप देखते हो कि एक के बाद एक words, they just roll out of my mouth. So succinct is the word, students, that should be the antonym of verbose. So yes, Harsh, your answer is absolutely correct. That was question 35. It's time we move to the next question. The word ascetic. Now these are people जिनको दुनिया से कोई मतलब नहीं है. Worldly pleasures नहीं चाहिए. They are happy. They are content with what they have. वो पहाड़ में जाके बैठ गए हैं, सिर्फ अपना मेडिटेशन कर रहे हैं. If you're good with word power made easy, में आप ये word देखोगे. It is in the first session, word number 10, if I'm not mistaken. मुझे session word number, page number सब याद है. So what would be an antonym for someone who has no interest in worldly pleasures? कोई luxury नहीं चाहिए, कुछ नहीं चाहिए. Those kind of people. Yes, we're looking for antonyms, Vaibhav. हाँ, वर्ड पावर मेड इजी की भी ऑफ कोर्स पूरी सीरीज मैंने कराई है. So indulgence, as I said, these people are not indulging into anything. They have no interest in worldly pleasures. पहाड़ में चले गए, they are meditating there. They don't want to do anything with the world. So इसके antonyms would be indulgence. Their lifestyle was characterized by indulgence and luxury. These people, they don't have this word luxury in their dictionary. So that was 36 students. Now the next word that we have is gregarious, and we need to find an antonym. इसका antonym किस sentence में use हुआ है? That is what you need to identify in such a question. So he thrived in social settings and enjoyed meeting new people. Gregarious people are convivial people. Convivial people are the one who connect very easily with others. दूसरों के साथ बहुत जल्दी connect कर लेते हैं. People who are extroverts as well, you could say. So social settings में thrive कर रहा है, so similar to gregarious. Introvert would be my correct answer. Mingling freely. Mingling also means to connect with people. That is what mingling is. And connecting, again, yeah, connecting लिखा है. So introvert is someone who is an antonym for gregarious. And when we talk about gregarious की family के बारे में discussion करना जरूरी है. Gregarious, extrovert, convivial, we can have many such words that we can compile in this group. And that is what your approach should be when it comes to vocab building. Because vocab building में जब भी आप कुछ पढ़ते हो, उसके पेरिफेरल पूरे वर्ड्स आपके पास होने चाहिए, पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन आपके पास होनी चाहिए. That is how you can excel in in vocabulary. Now we are done with those type of questions. Now we have idioms, students. We have direct idioms printed in bold, and we have to tell the meaning of these idioms. So the first idiom that we have in today's session is pin money. What is pin money, students? What do you understand by pin money? What do you people understand by pin money, students? So from questions 38 to 47, we have 10 such questions जिसमें आपको idiom का meaning बताना है. So can you tell me what pin money is, students? Pin money is allowance made to a lady for her expense. It is different. It is different from alimony. Alimony is different. Alimony may you give alimony to a lady once there's a divorce, but pin money is different. Pin money and alimony are different things. So correct answer here should be option D, students. For question number 38, the correct answer should be option D. Here is the next question, students. To keep the wolf away from the door, what does this mean, guys? To keep the wolves away from the door, that means if there's extreme poverty at home, wolves will come, they'll eat you up. ये इसका story है, ये इसका backdrop है. So to keep away extreme poverty, to keep off an unwanted person, to keep alive, to hold the difficulties and dangers in check. Bribery is किसी को रिश्वत देना, किसी को पैसे देकर अपने काम कराना. That is what bribery is. Harsh. So to keep away extreme poverty, that is what keep the wolf away from the door means. जब हम classes में पढ़ते हैं students, so we study this idiom under the category of animal idioms. Animal idioms में हम ये पढ़ते हैं. Animal idioms में there are around 70 plus idioms to discuss. There are around 70 plus idioms. So the correct answer for question 39 would be option A, keeping the wolves away is related to keeping off poverty. That was 39. Here is question 40. Get down to brass tacks. Get down to brass tacks. What does this mean, students? So get down to brass tacks. Brass tacks are brass pins, basically. That is what we are talking about here. So begin to talk in plain or straightforward manner. To begin to talk in plain or straightforward terms, that is what getting down to brass tacks means here. So C should be the correct answer, students, for question number 40. It's time I switch off the AC as well because uh, it's getting a bit cold here. It's time we move to question 41. To show white feather. To show white feather. So white feather is sometimes, what is it? Is it a symbol of peace? Is it a symbol of cowardice? What do you guys think about it? Symbol of peace or symbol of cowardice? Whose energy is getting down? Are you serious? Have you ever seen my energy going down? Harsh, have you seen that? So, to show white feathers, to show signs of cowardice. feather is not a symbol of peace, it's a symbol of cowardice. So that should be the correct answer for question number 41. Here is question 42. Now, to leave no avenue unexplored. Now, when we talk about idioms, students, I always say it's very good that you know around 800 to 1000 idioms. But what if there's an idiom in the exam जो आप कभी पढ़ के नहीं गए हो, आपने कहीं नहीं सुना है? Then what would your approach be for such an idiom? So idiom के verbs को पकड़ने जाओ, idioms के आप adjectives को देखने जाओ. I think that is something that will help. So to leave no avenue unexplored, that means you have tried everything. If you're not leaving anything unexplored, that by default means कि यार सब कुछ try कर लिया मैंने. So to try every source, students, to try every source. Option C is the correct meaning for the given idiom. Option C, students, is the correct meaning for the given idiom. Let's move to question 43, students. Spick and span, spick and span. The newly built stations in Delhi Metro, I've seen them. I've seen so many of them that the newly built stations in Delhi Metro are spick and span. The newly built. जैसे जैसे फिर वो यूज होने लगता है, it is not spick and span. So I think बहुत बड़ा हिंट मैं आपको दे चुका हूँ. Spick and span again one of those idioms जो हम क्लासेस में पेयर idioms में पढ़ते हैं. We make a list of pair idioms और pair idioms में हम पढ़ते हैं around 25 idioms, students. 25 plus idioms which are very important as far as your exams are concerned. So what does spick and span mean, students? The spick and span is neat and clean. It is neat and clean. So anything or any mall or you could say any metro station, I've seen so many in Delhi that जब वो बनते हैं, जब वो inaugurate होते हैं उस time they're very neat and clean, but धीरे धीरे it just fades off. So that is 43, students. Take the wind out of another's sails. You're taking the wind out of another's sail. What could this mean, students? What could this mean? What could this idiom mean? Now, taking the wind out of someone's sails मतलब कि उसको पूरा आप demotivate कर दे रहे हो. So to defeat the motives of another मतलब सारी उम्मीदों पे पानी फेर दे रहे हो. सारी उम्मीदों पे पानी फेर दे रहे हो. That is what taking the wind out of someone's sails means. Let's move to question 45, students, to carry the coal to Newcastle. Again, if you talk about categorizing this one, हम classes में idioms ऐसे ही पढ़ते हैं ना कि category बना लेते हैं. So carry the coal to Newcastle. Now Newcastle is a place in UK. So इसको हम पढ़ते हैं countries and cities idioms में. एक हमारी category है countries and cities. So that is how we study such idioms in classes. Carry the coal to Newcastle. Now Newcastle is a place जहां पर ऑलरेडी बहुत कोल है. न्यू कैसल इज अ प्लेस जहां पे ऑलरेडी बहुत कोल है. सो अगर आप ऐसा काम कर रहे हो, क्या करना चाह रहे हो? डू यू थिंक योर एफर्ट्स विल बी फ्रूटफुल हियर? व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट इट? क्या एफर्ट्स फ्रूटफुल होंगे if you're carrying the coal to Newcastle? To which I would answer, of course not. So to do unnecessary things, yes. फालतू का काम कर रहे हो, फालतू का काम कर रहे हो आप. कैरिंग द कोल टू न्यू कैसल, आप मुझे मेरे बर्थडे पे ग्रामर की बुक गिफ्ट कर रहे हो. आई वुड अप्रिशिएट द जेस्चर, बट उसका यूज कुछ नहीं है, बिकॉज ग्रामर इज समथिंग जो मैं पॉकेट में लेके चलता हूँ, राइट? सो दैट इज व्हाट this idiom carrying the coal to Newcastle means. Moving on to the next question, to turn the corner. Turn the corner. So you say you're stuck in a difficult situation and now you're able to get rid of it, able to get to the other side. So to pass the crisis, that is what turning the corner means. To pass the crisis. So that is exactly what turning the corner means. Idioms again. With idioms, what can we do? Exam में क्या कर सकते हैं? अगर कोई ऐसा इडियम आप एग्जाम में फेस करते हो जो आपने पहले नहीं पढ़ा है, ट्राई एंड लुक एट द वर्ब्स, ट्राई एंड लुक एट द एडजेक्टिव्स, ऐसा कुछ देखोगे, आई थिंक हेल्प मिलेगा. कुछ ना कुछ फिगर आउट कर पाओगे, ऑप्शंस एलिमिनेट कर पाओगे इन डबल क्विक टाइम. इन डबल क्विक टाइम, इमेजिन I was given a task to be completed in 1 hour, but I completed it in 30 minutes. I was given a task to be completed in 1 hour. I completed it in 30 minutes. I did it in double quick time. Ram, I think the live session is still 5. So we'll wind up somewhere around 4:40, 4:45. That is how we'll be dealing with the session today. Because अभी हम idioms पढ़ रहे हैं, then we have questions of phrasal verbs. उसके बाद error spotting फिर से वापस आ जाएगा, and if time permits, we'll also practice a few passages. So in double quick time, that means very quickly. You're doing something very quickly. कोई task assigned था that was supposed to be done in an hour, but I did it in 30 minutes. So that means I did it in double quick time. Let's move to question number 48, students. Now here starting from question number 48, we have questions of phrasal verbs. Again, something that is super important, guys. So, due to his arrogant behavior, he dashed facing up numerous allegations. Now, phrasal verbs, students, there are around 15 to 20 verbs जिनके around जो भी phrasal verbs होते हैं, those are super important, students. तो बस उन पे थोड़ा सा work करो, help होगा. So, due to his arrogant behavior, he ended up means something that some facing a consequence of something, so ended up facing numerous allegations. That was question 48. Here is the next one. The argument was supposed to be over as soon as it started. There was no need to dash any further. So कोई चीज which was supposed to end earlier, but वो खिंचता गया, वो आगे तक चला गया. What about question number 49, students? So the argument that was supposed to be over soon, but it carried on. That means it dragged on. No need to drag on any further. No need to drag on any further. That means to unnecessarily extend something. To extend something without the need. जरूरत नहीं है फिर भी आप किसी चीज को extend कर रहे हो. That is what drag on means. Let's look at what do we have next. So after struggling for a year, her pain finally dash. Turn down. Turn down means to reject, and turn down also means to slow down something's volume. Volume को decrease करना. That is turning down. Put off means to postpone. Pull out means to withdraw from something. And ease off, that means you got relief from something. So चारों phrasal verbs मैं आपको explain कर चुका हूँ. Now what matters here is that you tell me the correct answer here. सिर्फ आपका A, B, C, D लिखना बचा हुआ है. So finally the pain eased off. थोड़ा आराम मिला. ठीक है. Turn down means to reject or to decrease the volume. Put off means to postpone. Pull out means to withdraw at the last moment. Eased off would be correct. Here's the next question, students. Here is the next question. That is question number 51. The school administration decided to dash on bullying behavior by implementing a zero tolerance policy and increasing supervision in the hallways. Doze off means to take a short sleep. Give up means to surrender. Clamp down or drop off. What would be your correct answer to such a question? Clamp down, I would say, would be correct. Clamp down means to take strict actions against something. To take strict actions, that is what clamp down means. So the school administration is planning to clamp down on something. B would be our correct answer for question number 51. As I said, a quick revision जरूरी है when we talk about phrasal verbs. Exam point of view से idioms जितने important हैं, phrasal verbs भी उतने important हैं. And there are some subtle variations in things जिसका आपको ध्यान रखना है. So let's move to question number 52 now. Despite facing setbacks, she managed to dash her fear of public speaking and deliver a confident presentation to the audience. Managed to dash something. So managed to get over an obstacle. I think that should be that is how you should answer this question. I can give you a couple of minutes to go through this one. Question number 52, students. Now looking at question number 52, so getting over means manage to win past a weakness. किसी वीकनेस से आप आगे निकल जा रहे हो, किसी प्रॉब्लम से आप आगे निकल जा रहे हो, किसी डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन से आप आगे निकल जा रहे हो. That is what getting over something means. So that was question 52, students. Correct answer here being option C. Let's move to the next one. Another question, students, from phrasal verbs. Here is question number 53. So, growing up in a small town, she often experienced people dash on her dreams of becoming an artist. Now, if someone is in a small town and dreams to become an artist or dreams to become something, dreams to become a good actor or a cricketer or has such aspirations, the people in that small town are bound to belittle you. They are bound to demotivate you. They are bound to looking down on her dreams. Looking down is making someone feel inferior. Making someone feel inferior. That is what looking down on something means. Next question, students. Next question, guys. Question number 54 for today's session. Despite her best efforts to stay awake during the lecture, she couldn't help but what? So, despite her best efforts to stay awake during the lecture, she couldn't help but nod off. That means take a short sleep. A short sleep. That is what nod off means. So, B should be the correct answer for question number 54, students. Next question. Again, a question from phrasal verbs. Phrasal verbs पे जितना discussion किया जाए students उतना कम है. Phrasal verbs is such a thing. So due to my knee injury, I had to dash of the tennis tournament. Pull out, back out, draw out, or all of these. What do you think about such a question? The if even when you're talking about phrasal verbs और कोई phrasal verb है जो आपने पहली बार देखा है, तब क्या करोगे? As teachers, it's our responsibility कि हम आपको सारी चीजें पढ़ा के एग्जाम में भेजते हैं. We try to give you all the tips and tricks जो आपको एग्जाम में हेल्प करेगा. But when there are such questions जो नहीं देखे हैं, so phrasal verbs में if you have some idea of the use of that particular preposition, अगर वो preposition आपको पता है, preposition आपको पता है, तो आप क्वेश्चन आंसर कर पाओगे. ड्रॉप आउट, बैक आउट, पुल आउट. बैक आउट का मतलब भी वही होता है, विड्रॉ करना. पुलिंग आउट इज ऑल्सो विड्रॉल एंड ड्रॉप आउट is also a withdrawal. So all three would be correct. All three, or you could say any of the three, would fit in this context. Any of the three students would fit in this context. So that was question 55. Here is the next one. Here is the next question. So Sheetal dash Meera at the shopping center. Now bumped into would be the correct phrasal verb. Bumped into means to meet someone unexpectedly. To meet someone unexpectedly. Bumped into Meera at the shopping center. So A would be the correct answer for question number 56. Here is the next question. After reviewing all the evidence, the detective was able to dash the suspect's involvement in the crime. So once you review all the evidence, आप किसी conclusion पे पहुंचते हो that a person was involved or either he was not. You reach a conclusion कि कौन involved है कौन involved नहीं है. So he was able to draw out. That means he was able to figure out, he was able to come to a conclusion when he was done looking at all the evidence, he was able to come to a conclusion. That is what this means. Moving on to the next question, students. So now we are done again with the questions of phrasal verbs. Phrasal verbs पे बहुत सारा discussion हो गया. It's time again we come back to the vocabulary part, to the grammar part. और ग्रामर प्रैक्टिस करने का सबसे अच्छा तरीका is error detection type questions. So here is question number 58. Here is question number 58. So Lipika Sharma saw a blind man dash the busy street, crossing the busy street. Crossing the busy street. So there was error in part 2 और error detection के ऊपर हम ये डिस्कशन कर चुके हैं. एरर ढूंढने नहीं जाना होता है स्टूडेंट्स, एरर खुद चल के हमारे पास आता है अगर हमें सारे ग्रामर रूल्स अच्छे से हम एग्जाम में पॉकेट में दे से कि आप पॉकेट में कुछ नहीं ले जा सकते, बुक्स नहीं ले जा सकते, इट विल काउंट एज चीटिंग, बट आप पॉकेट में अपने ग्रामर रूल्स ले जा सकते हो. पॉकेट में मतलब यहाँ पे सारे ग्रामर रूल्स अगर यहाँ पे हैं इन एरर डिटेक्शन क्वेश्चंस, आपको एरर ढूंढने नहीं जाना होता है, एरर चल के आपके पास आता है. Here is question number 59. Here is the next question. नहीं 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 नहीं, it should not be ed. These nations have become some of the favorite destinations of Indian students. Dash is specialized education and training. Seeking. Seeking. So there was error in the third part of the sentence. Like always. Error detection, error correction, reason. इन दोनों तीनों बातों पे आपको चर्चा करनी है. So yes, there is error in the third part. Question 60. The staff was exceptionally helpful and courteous, as well as warm and pleasantly. Where do you see a grammatical error in question number 60, students? Where do you see a grammatical error in question number 60? Here is question number 60, students. So the staff was exceptionally helpful and courteous, as well as warm and pleasant, because warm is an adjective. यहाँ पर भी मुझे एक adjective चाहिए था. The correct word should have been pleasant. Warm and pleasant. So there was error in the third part of the sentence. Error detection, error correction, and उसके साथ साथ 2 steps closer to your dream IIM, that is IIM Bangalore. It's time we move to the next question, students. The pride of lions was feared by all animals in the jungle. Pride of lions. So pride is collective noun. But where do you see an error in this question? Question 61, students. Question 61. क्या error दिख रहा है? Now, the pride of lions, a collective noun here is working as a single unit. When collective nouns work as a single unit, we use a singular verb. Division होता है तो plural verb. So यहाँ पे ये ठीक है. By all the animals, we are talking about all animals. So we needed a definite article, students. The definite article in this question was missing. The definite article in this question was missing. So the second part of the sentence contains a grammatical error. Error detection kiya, error correction kiya. Let's move to the next question. Question 62, students. She is requesting me to do it as her mother has not been doing well. What do you think about this question? So she is requesting me to do it as her mother has not been doing well. I would say the sentence is free from any error. There is absolutely no error in this question. टाइम एंड अगेन आपने देखा होगा कि मेरे सेशंस में ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आपको जरूर दिखते हैं जिसमें कोई एरर नहीं होता है बिकॉज एग्जाम में भी ऐसे क्वेश्चंस हो जाते हैं ट्रिक क्वेश्चंस दैट फॉर एग्जांपल एरर डिटेक्शन के 5 क्वेश्चन है और 5 में से एक या दो भी अगर नो एरर हो गए प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी सो एरर डिटेक्शन इज नॉट अबाउट द गेस वर्क इट्स नॉट अबाउट व्हाट योर गट फीलिंग इज व्हाट योर इंस्टिंक्ट इज आपको ग्रामर के रूल्स कितने अच्छे से पता है that is what helps you in such questions. Next question. My watch has been stolen yesterday. Now the sentence uses present perfect tense, but the time that is mentioned here is of the past. So there's a difference between where we use present perfect and where we use past. अगर वो difference आपको पता है, I don't think there's anyone who can stop you from answering this question. So question 63, students. My watch has been stolen yesterday. Now something that has happened in the past. So has been would change to was. Because we needed simple past tense. Simple past tense. So there was error in part 3 of the sentence. There was error in part 3 of the sentence. दोनों चीजें students, error detection as well as error correction. Here is question 64. Here is question 64. Here is question number 64, students. I found this toy while digging in the garden, but I didn't know to who it belonged. Now, how to decide where to use who and where to use whom? That is $1 million question. So when you use whom, it is always preceded by a preposition. So whom के लिए लिख लो. It is always preceded by a preposition. तो अगर यहाँ पे to लिखा हुआ है, it should not be whom, it should be whom. So there was error in the third part of the sentence. Anyone, any doubts in this question? I think it's been almost 2 hours जब मैं आपको पढ़ाता जा रहा हूँ. All I want to know is कि सुबह 12 बजे when Suyukti ma'am's session started and till now it's around 4:30 I guess. Has the confidence level gone up, students? Confidence ऊपर जा रहा है या नहीं? Exam का डर तो नहीं है? Just tell me that. Is there any etaikiphobia looming around? Etaikiphobia is fear of failure. Is there any phobias that you guys are going through? पढ़ लिया, हम इतने दिन से प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे. It's time just to relax and go back and execute what you have studied, what you have learned in the previous months. So that was 64 students. Here is question number 65. Here is question number 65. There was a big argument about if we should eat pizza or pasta. What do you think about question number 65, students? So, the usage of this conditional word if is incorrect. It should be replaced by whether. It should be replaced by whether. So, there was error in the second part of the sentence. There was error in the second part of the sentence, students. Let's move to the next question. I was surprised when I heard that she was won the national award. काफी भारी एरर है स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे तो. काफी बड़ा एरर मुझे इस क्वेश्चन में दिख रहा है. यस ऑफ कोर्स हर्ष, प्रिपरेशन हम कर चुके हैं, अब हमें जाके रिलैक्स होके कूल माइंड होके सिर्फ पेपर देना है, without thinking about the consequences, without thinking about what might happen in the future. सिर्फ जाओ, deliver करो. It is that simple. So I was surprised when I heard that she has won now. This is V3, third form of the verb. So it should be preceded by any of the verbs like has, have or had. V3 जहाँ होता है वहाँ पे has, have, had भी होता है. So part 3 again, students. Part 3 of the sentence was the one that contained a grammatical error. Moving on to the next question till again I'll keep finding the perfect color for writing. If the climatic scene that comes towards the end of the novel, the protagonist Sharda boldly confronts the culprit. Now this is a part of confusing words. The students confusing words like climatic and climactic. Now this is related to climax of a movie. ये जो climactic होता है, climatic होता है, this is related to climate of a particular place. So that is what the difference is between climactic and climatic. Now we are talking about the climactic scene. Movie के end में climax होता है, of course. So it should be climactic, not climatic. So there's error in the first part, and error correction करना भी जरूरी है, of course. It should be climactic. Climactic. So part A of the sentence was the one that contained a grammatical error. Now we have some direct vocabulary questions. Direct vocabulary questions. ऐसे questions जिनको मैं बोलता हूँ पूरे एग्जाम में सबसे खतरनाक questions. Because आपको context नहीं पता है. डायरेक्टली एग्जामिनर ने बोल दिया बेटा ये वर्ड है, इसका मीनिंग बता दो या इसका एंटोनिम बता दो. So in these questions, या तो हमें वर्ड पता है या हमें वर्ड नहीं पता है. There is no guesswork, there is no option elimination वाला चीज. Now explicit, we need a synonym for the word explicit, students. What according to you would be a correct synonym for explicit? Now vague and unclear similar हो गए, hidden भी similar हो गया. So obvious would be the correct synonym. Explicit is obvious. Explicit is obvious. So that was question 68, students. Next question, obscure, students. Synonym for the word obscure. Obscure is something that is unknown. आप इसमें odd one out भी कर सकते थे because famous, renowned and eminent are very much similar in meanings, students. With that, we come to the last question of today's session. We'll wind it up here. What is extol? And again, अगर आपको extol नहीं भी पता है, you can play the odd one out वाला game. The other options, there are three options that are very much similar in meaning. So जो एक odd one out है, that should be your correct answer. So here is question number 70, students. Here is question number 70, and this will be the last question for today's session with all the time that we have. उसके बाद बस 2 minute, थोड़ा सा motivation, and then we'll wind up today's session. So, criticize, censure, and condemn, all these are similar in meaning. Now, when I say these are similar in meaning, that by default leaves me with only one option, and that is praise. Praise is the one that is the odd one out in this context, students. So, as I said, that was the last question for today's session, students. I hope you guys enjoyed this session. And all I can say is do your best in the exam. Sunday को आपका exam है. And session आपको कैसे लगा मुझे आप comment section में बता सकते हो. So that's all for today, students. I'll see you guys in another series. Thank you so much. All the best. Bye, everyone.